understand what that even means, because even if you had your whole house full of AK-47s, if the government overreach and the military and the National Guard and the whole thing wants to come down on you, what are you gonna fucking do? Like, it doesn't make sense. How is my gun gonna protect me from anything, except maybe other people, but not the fucking gun?
Exactly. Like, how does that protect you from your healthcare being infringed on? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you gonna go and bear arms because of your healthcare against the government? Like, I don't know how that works. They're already overreaching in so many other facets of our lives. I don't know how you would justify that with the Second Amendment.
I think thinking they little 380 gonna stop them from stop a fucking trained U.S. soldier from doing something.
Listen, in that time we didn't have a military like we have now as powerful. The people did not have weapons as powerful as we have now. During those times, they could have stood up against and they did. They tarred and feathered their damn politicians. So at that time, yes, but now, no.
Also, the Second Amendment was a compromise to appease the South because of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It all makes sense when people accept the fact that people lie. They lie about their reasons. They've always lied about it. Those guns aren't for the government. The government serves them and always has. Those guns are for us.
To kill each other.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, even if someone, let's say one person in San Francisco littered, that would be enough for them.
It was that dude in Chicago who rode the bike by the ICE people and was like, I'm an illegal. I don't know. They started changing it. It's like, that's how you're going to enforce laws? Okay, buddy.
I mean, it's exactly what Spirit and Spitzer were saying. It's all about control. The fascism. Like, I mean, it's like a lot of people are talking about the NVE, the FBI's NVE classification. You could say any number of things and be classified as an NVE, and then you can be, declared a terrorist. There's talk, making words like cisgender or misgender classified under the NVE, and you can be declared a terrorist just by saying these words.
Yeah, they're doing that with people online talking about Israel. That's actually happening to a friend right now. Yeah, she's actually being targeted and had to kind of conceal and take a leave of absence from her job because it's getting serious. But yeah, they already started doing that with the people. Any talk about Israel, if you're pro-Palestine, they are definitely watching online.
Do you think you gotta be careful when you recorded Clubhouse rooms at this point?
Probably.
Yeah.
NVE it stands for nihilistic violent extremist. It's a way to classify someone who doesn't fall into like the left or the right. Basically you don't have a manifesto. You could apply that to people like Mangione and stuff like that, but you can also apply it to anyone you don't like, basically.
Right. What's happening? I mean, was it a month ago yet where they were literally and openly talking about organizing the militias against a quote-unquote left terrorists because a couple of people laughed about Charlie Kirk's murder, right? You had actual politicians using words like war, right? So, I mean, I don't know what it's gonna take for folks to like snap out of it and stop like just taking the surface level arguments that they're giving at face value and arguing on that, because at this point we're just looking real dumb. We're looking dumb and gullible and naive. This is far bigger. It has nothing to do with crime. We should know this by now, but we're not addressing outside of the courts what they're really trying to do.
Courts aren't reliable anymore.
So keep me out of the
been put into law in Texas that they can use your social media to actually sentence you. So they say Texas is the blueprint for what they intend to do to the rest of the country. So yeah.
Just are you there?
Why you sound like that? Why you struggling?
Josh, are you there?
That's like a motherfucker.
I'm driving. That's why I sound like that.
Yes, are you there?
Are you there?
Don't make fun of me, y'all. What the hell wrong with y'all?
Now I thought I was the only one that heard it too, and I was like, what the hell going on?
Everybody, I wanted to talk about, I was just back channeling just, but I wanted to talk about that Mama Leo controversy that's going on. I think it's good and juicy. The girl that made the song Sexy Solani.
Sexy Salami.
So, hey,
Solani.
hey, Brooklyn, do you listen to the Grits and Egg podcast? She's been on the Grits and Egg podcast. Look it up on YouTube and watch that.
Did you already?
Because she was on there. I watched it yesterday. It's the latest episode.
And what happened? Tell us about it, Ty.
She's too pro-black for those Twitter folks. Those blackface nativists, as I like to call them.
The FBA, those.
Because you know, majority of them are Trump supporters, right? Did you know that?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. She was like, no, nigga, this is the black unity for all people, black people everywhere. You know, that's what she means.
Well, yeah, I was in a Twitter space with
Blue yesterday.
last night, Brooklyn, and King Carter was in there, so you already know how wild that shit probably got.
That shit was crazy, I know.
Yeah, but didn't they say that she basically the quote was that she said at the end of the interview that if you're not for all black people, then fuck you or something like that.
Yeah, because did not feel her on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now is she from America? Is she black American?
She was American, and the thing is, it's so crazy because people are, it's controversy around it because even though she black American and represented or whatever, I feel like, what do we look like as black Americans? Getting rid of other black people to decrease our numbers, basically.
Right,
You feel what I'm saying?
15%.
Right, and I keep saying, like, every other day I mention the fact that, because Monica is the one that pointed it out when she said to me that white people had Caucasians are 61% of population, and she had me look at it, and when I looked at it, it said that Middle Eastern, North Africans, and Egyptians are included in their population.
Right, because until recently, they would consider themselves white. Until they go, oh.
That's what I'm saying, and these Negroes is online shucking and jiving about being black American, and I appreciate it because I am black American, but then they're also causing beef between the diaspora, and it's like, y'all are fucking idiots.
Hey, Brooklyn, they don't know history. They don't understand, even during the recent modern day black history, was international. Black people from all diaspora. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? But they don't do their homework.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so obvious. Like, the fact that a lot of those FBA acknowledgments are Trump supporters, or like BT, they voted for Jill Stein, or they voted for what's his name, the Afro wearing dude.
Yeah.
Cornell West.
Reparations of nothing.
Right, and then they making this big deal about reparations, and yes, I get it, we do want reparations. It's not even something that's feasible in this administration that we're in now.
And they go about it all
people from Africa and making it seem like, oh, they're tethers and we need to delineate and all of this. Like, that shit is weird as fuck.
It is, because white people are not delineating us at all.
But especially knowing that the white people get to add all kinds of groups to their fucking population and increase their population and vote towards whatever it is that they want to vote for. And these Negroes is online fucking acting a goddamn donkey. Talking about, oh, they tethers. Like, what the fuck?
That's why Jesse Jackson came up with African American, because it's called a goddamn diaspora.
But it ain't even, it's not even that. Like, we are all black people. The other day, somebody was like, oh, black is, the girl Daphne. She was like, she was on TikTok, and she said black is specifically for black Americans. Now, my whole entire life, I thought that black was the colloquial term for saying Negroid as a race.
Yes.
Like, it was like, instead of saying Negroid, we call them black, right? But now all of a sudden in these people's heads, these Edosian, Niggian, FBA and
wrapping themselves in the colonizer flag.
Right, it's like, oh, we're different. We don't, they're black, and when what's his name made this song, James Brown made this song Black and I'm Proud. Every black person all over the world was listening to that and Black and Proud. But now all of a sudden, only black Americans is black. And I'm black American, and I think that shit is weird as fuck.
But people don't, because even after the elections, it was shown that there were bots, there were bots that were planted to spread that propaganda, and we didn't realize that it was a divisive method that was used.
I don't know. It's way better than bots, baby. All these Trump supporters, these FBA, ADOS, Jaguar, they all getting paid to do this. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I swear I'm going to get to the bottom of it and have 100% proof. They're all getting paid to do this.
Trying to get a check.
I got enough checks for my mental deficiency. But I'm approving. But I'm telling you, all these niggas getting paid, yo.
I believe you, sir. I absolutely believe you until they had a nigga moment like Candace and those others. They had a Negro moment. And they go, oh my God, can we come back? No, the delegation put your ass up on the free market. We gonna trade your bitch ass. You are toxic and hurtful.
Got put out the church. This is not a motherfucking public place.
One distinction I do want to point out, though, and I'm glad Shower said it last night, there is a difference in these movements that are talking about reparations and the ones that talk about delineation. There is a difference. Because the ones of us that talk about reparations, for the most part, we're not delineating from the diaspora or people from the Caribbean culturally. We just talk about it in the sense of reparations. But in terms of anything else, I don't separate myself from other black people. I'm not one of those people that are gonna be up here like, oh, you're not black or challenging your blackness. That's not my MO or my agenda. But I do think people have bought into this delineation talk. They do that way. They do. It is a whole like attitude or sentiment of we have to delineate completely, like culturally and socially and for reparations too, all across the board. And that I don't know, I can't get with that. As somebody who's always communed with people from the diaspora and the Caribbean, I just couldn't see myself doing that on a cultural or social level.
You know what's so great about what you just said? It said this is what happens when, like in California, and I think New York's up next, when they do the studies. This is where the fucking studies come from. So you can't delineate when you decide who gets what, how much, and all the things. But yeah, you're right. That isn't real reparations, sir. We got to do homework. You can't be talking this craziness. You're gonna kill everybody, and we ain't gonna get shit.
So there's
No, I was just gonna say, I saw a clip of CK stating that affirmative action for 40 years was reparations for Black America.
Oh, these white people coming from the sticks. That was that pastor too. Was he in Texas? The MAGA pastor said that every black and brown person should thank when the white ships came to their shores.
I saw that.
I heard he said
Living in a mud hut somewhere in Nigeria without clean water, dying from what's that? Dysentery and shit. Like,
You know what? I've told y'all this before. I've had federal coworkers, white coworkers, MAGAs, tell me this shit to my face in the goddamn break room. Said it took all of the ancestors not to choke that motherfucker out. Saying this shit to my face. You know what I'm saying? Like, unabashedly, in the federal property.
my ancestors ain't strong enough. They would have got some work that day. I would have had to find new work after that, but they would have got some work.
I've had another motherfucker say, yeah, you know, I went to Gettysburg and we went to visit General Lee's house, and the war was almost lost. America would be different. I said, oh man, I have to back. You know what's that meme with the Simpsons backing away into the bushes? I said, yeah, this shit. I need my job.
It was 2015. I'm not gonna forget. That was my first year teaching, and I don't remember which one of my colleagues did a outing one of the plantations that's here in Maryland. It's not a well-known plantation, and that was the first time that I heard they use the term. What's the term? They said they weren't slaves. They were what? They were workers.
Indentured servants.
Yes, I said not indentured servants. The other term basically like make it seem as if they're gonna get paid. But I was, as you said, like Simpson. I want to go back in the bush. I was like, wait, what? After they left, I said they lied. They were slaves. No, they were not getting paid. Don't let them fool you. I was like, that's the first time that I heard that. That was crazy.
What age or what grade was the students in mostly?
4th grade. 9 and 10 years old.
Yeah, see, that's why I take control of that. Because last year they tried to tell the twins that they based it off skin color. I said, yeah, true, but it was people that looked like us. And me and the twins, we both like with her skin, and I could see one of them like, man, people, yeah, all of us. All you had to do was be black.
1/16.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
Yes. We just let shit marinate.
Is anyone following the case in Louisiana with the voters' right?
Man, did you hear?
Yes.
I was watching Dr. Carly and we playing the intro to that. My God, haven't you?
Can you give me a little detail? Because I haven't been following, please. If you
This
don't mind.
is all the way bad. I don't even know if I could really break it down.
Seriously?
Basically, it would make you feel like it's 1955 again. That freaking Trump judge was like, yeah, we don't give a fuck about Section 2. This is an intentional racial discrimination. Basically, in one, I want to say the day before, he asked the question, does the Voter Rights Act violate white people's civil rights?
And I assume that same judge presided at a criminal court before, right?
No, probably. You know, I should say not to call me. They have, I don't know.
Yeah, so let's just say they presided over in a criminal court. Just imagine the sentences, the rulings that came down against black defendants, even in civil cases.
What's going on?
Hold on. So
Y'all just making shit up.
hold on. I'm reading this about this thing going on in Louisiana.
Wait, what? So you say we're making this up? No, girl, go seriously.
Actually, I read the transcript and I listened to it.
Yes, girl.
And I have been with the case from the very beginning, girl. Yeah, I do know about it.
Louisiana v. Calais.
Okay. Cause I'm just I'm kind of like reading up on it now. I'm trying to familiarize myself with it a little bit, what's going on. But it's something dealing with the redistricting going on in there.
Yes, so basically, Louisiana has 6 congressional districts, and 2 of those districts are majority black districts. And based on the last census, the state of Louisiana redrew the maps so that they only had 1 majority black district. And a couple of groups and citizens, mainly Calais, on behalf of civil rights organizations and with civil rights organizations, sued the state and said that the way they drew the map was unconstitutional because it violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So the plaintiffs in the case, they won, and Louisiana had to keep the maps for the 2020 and 2022 elections. They appealed, and it was overturned. And then Calais et al. Appeals at the Supreme Court to determine whether or not the lines of the maps are fair. Do they get all maps with the 2 majority districts, or do they go to the new one with 1? And the argument is about whether or not the state drew the map to give racial advantage or incumbent advantage, partisan advantage. So,
Yeah, and it says they concluded this, well, not concluded, but they were trying to conclude the Supreme Court case, about 5 days ago? Because they went to court October 15th.
Yeah, they heard it. They just heard the arguments.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't made a decision.
Yet, right?
Yeah. It's really interesting. I mean, I don't know.
It could remove 19 congressional seats, majority of the Black Caucus,
What do you mean?
if they get redrawn.
They would only remove 1 from Louisiana. Like it. Huh? What do you mean 19?
Well, no, I'm saying as precedent for the rest of the states, they would use that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, not just Louisiana. It's just like once the Supreme Court ruled a certain way, then the rest of them, because they already got it in the way.
Yeah. But yeah, and the seat they gave away is the one that was formerly held by I can never remember Pimp Daddy name. Cedric oh God, I can't remember his name. But he went to work for Joe Biden. His congressional seat, Cedric Richmond. It's the 2nd congressional district, which covers most of New Orleans. That was previously held by Cedric Richmond.
Damn, how good it is. I'm not trying to figure out how different the Supreme Court would be if Hillary would have won.
I mean, she would have this court. Oh, you mean in 2016?
Yeah, right. I mean, it wouldn't be at 6-3.
They would have appointed Obama's pick, which they wouldn't even call the session. I mean, the list goes on and on.
I know it would be perfect. It wouldn't be liberation, but it wouldn't be what the fuck it is now.
Yeah, thank you, Frank Edmund.
So I have some.
Thank you, Patty.
Sad news, because I heard a pause. We can keep this going, of course, but I always try to bring up new things out. Sad news here in New York. Someone abandoned their baby at the 34th Street 1, 2, and 3 train. So Lisa Evans reported that.
This morning.
Yeah, shout out to Lisa Evans. We love her. Mind you, that is Sliwa's ex-wife. You guys didn't know Lisa Evers and Sliwa were a couple back in the days. I don't know what happened. And then you have the son of the Mango clothing line. I never heard of Mango. I don't know if you guys have, but apparently they were hiking, and now they done charged the son with throwing his father off the mountain in Switzerland. Yeah, so they apparently have $1 billion clothing line. I guess they're big in Europe. You fashionistas might have, I never heard of it. But the son is now being charged.
That's clothing line. Yeah, 'cause the dad is like Rainbow. So he put the poster off of clip allegedly.
Why'd you push me off? No, sir.
The son told law enforcement it was an accident, so he could get the money. Thinking we're stupid. It's crazy. I mean,
If you would try to push me off about that, grab your ass too. We both going down.
Have y'all heard about the cool kicks thing?
On the Reds, because they was buying shit that was stolen off the train.
No, I think it's coming out that they might have orchestrated the stolen. So, I mean, I don't know, but that's what they kind of like leading up to. So it's this big sneaker like thing and store. I don't know where the store is. Right now, like, so did y'all hear about when they cut the brake lines on the train in the desert? And
Yeah.
so like, so they this sneaker company called Cool Kicks, they had like did a raid on them and they found like a lot of the merchandise that they stole from the trains in their inventory. And so at first they thought that they were like, buying it, but now it's looking like they had orchestrated the whole thing. Well, it's actually not an insurance job because they stole the sneakers off the trains transporting like the whole Nike card, for distribution. So they just making pretty much so basically no overhead. And they said they had like $3 million worth of sneakers.
It was
That's here in LA. That's here in LA. And this is the thing, Cool Kicks. How much you want to say? Cool Kicks been running their shit for a long time. Like everybody here know Cool Kicks run they like this is not new. This is the first time it popped out the way it popped out. They got knocked when they live. When they got caught up, they was actually live when the cops came in. Bust them, so you can see the video of them getting busted. Yeah, they was live. Yeah, they was live. But I'm gonna tell you right now, like this is not their first go around. My dude, they are old souls. They've been moving around for a minute. But that train heist, that's what's gonna put them up under the. When you cut the cables on the train in the desert, that was some like motherfucking. That's some Wild West type shit. Like what?
Shoe store. That was
A couple weeks ago. Yeah. Oh, the rain or the rain?
They got raided like a month ago, but I think the train robbery happened like 6 months ago. The train robbery happened like 6 months ago. The raid happened like last month. But like they're a sneaker resale shop, right? So let's say you want some Air Force Ones. Air Force Ones cost $120 in the store. They'll sell the Air Force Ones for $180. And if you go and you want to trade it in your Air Force Ones, they'll probably give you $50 for it.
Right, but see, this is the thing. This is why I was saying, like, that's what y'all know them for, because y'all know them online. We know them as a one-off. It's like, if you want a one-off shoe that nobody else got, they got it. That's what they do to the LA, like, locals. They online presence or resale online, offline. We all know they don't get shit that should be able to be got. That's why they got caught up.
They would have had to Ben and Jerry dogs, like baby pals just sitting out. Stars.
Yeah, because it would make sense if you the police, like, oh, let me go to these resale shops. Let me go, look around.
is it black owned?
same kind of way everything else is done.
Yeah. They of Middle Eastern descent.
Oh yeah, they are.
They are shams.
Yeah, but they, according to what I just
White.
learned the other day, they still white, but they're Middle Eastern descent.
Just imagine if you had a shoe store in the
Very obviously Middle Eastern.
Just imagine if you had a shoe store in the A that you can get shoes that nobody else can get nowhere else, not online, nowhere else. Shit that ain't out, shit that ain't never been out, shit that ain't even advertised yet, and authentic. Wouldn't that strike out on flags? I mean, they got Flight Club. They just a bite off like other like U-Big, Atmos, all these sneaker clubs, sneaker places was out when it was more of a like underground thing, and he took it and just made like commercialized it a lot and made all the prices go up. So a lot of people are like glad he's out of the game. Because you know how it goes. He should have went online with it. Like he already had it popping in LA. Before he went online, he was popular here. When he went online with it, I think that fucked it off. Like when you start advertising shoes that you reselling that nobody fucking got, you ain't got no explanation like that. Just hold up, we missing them. Right? We missing that. We ain't released that shit. You put it out, and those got stolen. Like how the fuck?
But you know, like Nike, like 5 years ago, said they're gonna kill the resale game. There's too many people too many like square people was like, damn, I can't get shit. I can't get shit.
Yeah, they ruined it. Like.
But then I can't remember that fat white boy name, but he got like a whole palette of the Columbia Blue Jordan 1s.
Well, they started over, but they don't do those limited release no more. Like they produce more than enough. That's why if you've seen sneaker prices are not like what they was like during and right after the pandemic, because that's another way they stamped it out was they stopped making it so hard to get. So now, like if you go, you can pretty much get your sneaker in whatever size. Like at least close to retail. We used to be paying our managers out here just because when they have a limited drop, if you could tell the manager what you want, they have to that shit to the side for you if you pay them.
Yeah, that's used to be
Better than a food sale.
I was doing that shit in like 05, but
Yeah, my homeboy used to be sitting in the phones and stuff. I give him 150. I said, I'll be there tonight. Just sit my little 9.5 to the side. Like, it's still regular style here that's killing it though. And like downtown Hollywood and shit like that. There's like a whole row of resellers and they still got lines out the door when it drops. Because all the people that's not really in the game, sneaker game had got like to where almost like the game where people who's not into sneakers were just in it for the investment, like because it was becoming that. Some sneakers be like $20,000-$30,000 depending on the exclusivity. And so now that when Nike like stopped it, it kind of like killed it. So everybody's leaving it and going on to something else. They can like flip fast.
I'm one dude who was doing sneakers and then he flipped to bags. He was opening up bottles and then his wasn't paying the consignment people. Plus people was like dirty hustlers in the game and they getting kicked the fuck out and exposed. But I'm here for it. I'm glad they're getting exposed because them niggas, they was the worst. It's nothing worse than something you've been doing your whole life and you got swag to it and you see some obese motherfucker.
But that's the same with a whole bunch of injuries. Like, it's.
And we have to deal with that in the luxury industry.
What industry?
The luxury industry, they deal with that like that. The resale, they call that the gray market, and when you steal it, they call that the black market. The gray market is what caused a lot of luxury brands to close their retail shops, and then the ones that would sell and create deals with like mom and pops, like your mom and pop jewelers, they started pulling back their wholesale accounts and minimizing them because it was no longer the scarcity that you're supposed to have when it comes with luxury. So they had to like go through a whole like reorganization. so that they could get back to that scarcity and that uniqueness because it was driving the prices down.
That's what Chanel just did. That's why Chanel went up on their bags like 2 years in a row. And then Unlimited Production, Hermes does that a lot to like keep the you Johnny's, have you ever heard of this store here called Alma Marie?
No, it's just one location.
It's in Atlanta, DC, and Houston. It's a black guy. He not really a designer, but he does a lot of like collabs with like Nike and some other design.
You got a link you can send me?
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
You ready to swipe that card?
No, I might have seen their stuff. Nah, I have specific taste when it comes to luxury. It got to be something special for me to chill out the corner.
Ray, you might have heard of the guy who runs it. His name is something. Let me look it up. Jason.
Ray, why your cow got on a swimsuit?
That's a swimsuit. A swimsuit?
It's a swimsuit. This guy don't wear a onesie at best. Like, what the fuck?
You got a tall feet, some baggy bowls, some 11s, a grill.
A onesie? Did you say a one? What's a onesie?
A onesie. Ray walking around in a onesie on Clubhouse.
Wow, that's nasty work, man.
I've been smooth since days. My cow been smooth since days under rules. Chill out.
And you got two cows, I see. You got two. You looking at the other way. You gotta refresh your page.
Oh, okay.
Except onesie was wild.
Oh, you saw a model cow.
Yo, culturally, I'm walking by all of these empty freaking office spaces, man. Like from our conversation earlier, I'm like, damn, don't nobody want to move in?
So the rent is too damn high. Like my daughter, she wants me to help her start a child care facility, right? And she moved into one of those brand new buildings here in Brooklyn. You know, they got all these buildings going on. They're really nice. They're small. You know, inside they're small. They're huge outside, but I'm like, damn, these rooms are kind of small. But long story short, there's retail space on the ground floor. And so we ran the numbers, and it's like I'm trying to explain to her, you're not going to make any money. The rent alone, it's 1,100 square feet at 55. Some crazy price per square foot. I think the yearly rent will be $55,000. So I told her, even if you watch 20 kids and you pay the rent, and you gotta pay staff, you gotta get furniture, you have to get insurance. I'm like, you're not gonna make
compliant. Yup.
Didn't she get a grant? Divine, did she get a grant for providing childcare?
No, that's
services?
only. I'm sorry, because I'm.
No, you go ahead. If you know the answer, go ahead. No, go.
Yeah, sorry, brother, but I know the business. I was gonna open it up in the chocolate factory over there by Navy, that new spot that they built. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The old chocolate factory on right underneath the FDR, right? It's near the Navy. They converted anyway. So what I found out about the grant money, it's not guaranteed. Like you may get a grant one year and not the next year. So you can't really rely on that. And you gotta have stuff for low income mothers because the state will pay that. You know, the city will pay that. Yeah, and if you're gonna do it, you gotta have either high end clientele, Caucasian people. Shout out to my Caucasian friends in the room that are willing to pay those numbers. You gotta have a state-of-the-art facility, or you gotta go for low income. But in the middle, you ain't making no money.
But don't you also, when you're talking about how small it is, Divine, there's requirements for how many square feet, I think, for each child, isn't
I
there?
did the math, but she could have, based on that size, she could have housed 20 kids at $400 a week, which is not bad. And what Robert said is true. I told her you would have to do a high end, like we're teaching kids in foreign language and how to read, and it's got to be some super special and not in the hood. that is the dilemma. And so you want to put it in East New York, you're not going to have the clientele of the people that are willing to pay. You know, I'm sure they would want to, but they just won't be able to afford it. And so,
But
you know, again,
get the kids.
I didn't even mention payroll on top of that. So you got to pay, you know, your workers as well. So she could break even, but she's not going to be able to make a profit and make a comfortable life for herself opening up a daycare center in that part of this.
You can get grants, like for what Robert is saying. It depends on the type of grant and the organization that is offering the grant. Like you may only need to apply for a startup grant versus a capacity building or cash infusion grant, which would be the kind of grants you want to go for if you're looking for something to sustain. But if she just needs something to get her off the ground, that you can probably find grants. Sometimes you need to have a partnership with like a nonprofit, but so that it's almost like a co-share space. But it just depends on where you are, and there's a couple of different factors. Like I can talk to you offline, but I just helped someone get a grant to open a nursery / daycare in a church, because the church pretty much wasn't being used during the week, and this lady needed a place, and because it was the church meant that it was for the community, we were able to find a grant to help supplement her capital costs.
I just followed you, appreciate you. Yeah, it's not. I just want to help her attain her dream. It's just, you know, where we're looking at right now. But maybe with a grant, maybe it could work, because the space has been there. The building is going on 3 years old, and there's 4 retail spaces available. And I know what it is. So it has to be something that is going to be able to, one, cover that rent. And of course, you know, if you're the boss, and we, you know, some of us know, many of us know, the boss is the last one to get paid. So I want to be able to sustain herself, pay her bills, pay others, and still, you know, have some kind of come up while providing a third.
Hey, Devon.
Hey, Devon, you know what? Wait, hold on. Can I say something to Devon, please? Oh, God. Devon, please answer him before he fucking moves.
Robert, pass it to Brooklyn. Go ahead, Robert.
I'd like to go to.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering because Devon, like, I'm here every time I hear him speak, he's like, I'm like, wait a minute. So it's like we're right in proximity all the time. But what we did with our project, one of the things we decided to do with our project, right, when we were thinking about what businesses would work, we came up with a media lab. So you have a lot of creatives, and they need places to go to create their content. So that's one of the things that we're exploring, to have a home for creators to come in, you know, fully stocked with green screens and all that shit. That, and also an aquatic center. An aquatic center, about that business model is that rehabilitation through water therapy is pretty popular. So we did a comparison and ran some numbers what other cities are doing that, and you know, so we're exploring that. So you just gotta be really creative with when you're building out. Really, you gotta do some other different shit that nobody's doing. And that aquatic center will have a lot of support from the medical community. So we're trying to build businesses that will service health issues and things of that nature that we know people are going to get funded and subsidized for. So that's the type of shit we're thinking about. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Yeah, because you changed the topic. That's what you always do. I was gonna say, Divine.
Yeah.
One of my best friends, she actually runs a very successful daycare center outside of her home in Queens, but she's looking to open up another facility, and I could probably get her to help you guys with that. So she get a lot of the kids that she has, I don't know what they call it in New York, but it's like CAPS. It's like the government. They're funded by the government.
Voucher. Yeah, they get the job.
Yeah, they're getting the vouchers. So I could, get y'all together
with workforce development organizations through like the local municipalities, because lots of times when they launch new programs, the people who apply and partner, and by the people I mean these corporations that partner to get those government dollars, they have to provide wraparound services, and those services are anything from like transportation stipends to sometimes healthcare, sometimes childcare, but it has to be a part of everything that they do to bid to get that opportunity. And if you can either try to seek them out directly or just read the upcoming workforce development grants and who's been awarded it, because if they've been awarded it, they have to allocate that. And if, depending on the proximity of that daycare, you may be able to get some guaranteed money because it's coming from the government and being passed through to the organization who has to pay for it on behalf of the participants in the development program.
Yeah, I did want to add to the entire context here in New York City. We have, and what may be contributing to finding a place that is actually affordable for retail, and there's a lot of empty retail spots, and a lot of it is due to commercial building owners or buildings of commercial owners of commercial spaces. It's more affordable for them to keep it empty, to be able to take the tax write-off, or if they plan on selling the building in the future, to have a proposed possible rent of the space rather than renting it at a lower price. And adding to that context, the report just came out that New York has the biggest office boom in 2 decades. They have signed the most leases in 2 decades for offices, which I know is not retail, but still commercial space, which is pretty amazing because you don't hear that about New York. All you hear is people dunking on New York. And although it's not a good thing, we also have the most out of control average rents right now. So there is a boom happening. This is what owners of buildings are seeing, and that may be contributing to the fact that they feel like they can hold out for higher rents on their retail spaces, but not every retail space is created equal based on just location and quality of it. Thank you.
I read that report. I was listening to the head of the commercial buildings, whatever. I forgot the guy's name. I was listening to him speak, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I was like, is that hype or is that, you know? And granted, I'm a New Yorker. I want to see us win, but there are a lot of people questioning like what part of the city that's in. So that's happening in Lower Manhattan. It's not really happening in other parts of the city.
I don't know what the thumbs down is, Gemini. You just want to jump in New York? Or
Yeah, Gemini, what's going on, Gemini?
Keep going, because nobody's fucking renting in the Inland Empire.
Quick, Johnny, I message you, Johnny. This is Divine. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll post the link to that article.
That's all this talent and information, Robert. You thinking outside the box. Aquatic rehabilitation. Damn. I don't know how y'all thought of that, but that's a hell of an idea.
When I New York mentioned a bunch of times instead of like, just it happens.
Oh man, a manager from LA.
I told Robert he should have made a planetarium. That'll be great.
Planetarium. Nah, because we
That's also gave me
you gotta get like it go. We know what we zoned for, so we got a list of what we're zoned for. I don't know if we zoned for a planetarium, but that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, someone gave me a great idea. She approached an office building in the city, not her city, but in their city, that was empty, and she got a deal because now all of the people that worked in the building had a place to bring their kids. They could go see their kids at lunchtime, and I was like, man, that is a really good idea. But yeah, where my daughter's at, definitely a lot of retail over there. I'm gonna look into that valuable information that Janice gave. because it's a growing community. And Robert, you probably know over there, East New York Gateway, it's all new development over there. I call it the final frontier, right? East New York, Brooklyn. There's a lot of warehouses that are just sitting. There's a lot of undeveloped land. They done took over Williamsburg. They done took over. And when I say they, I just mean new investors, rehabilitating the neighborhood and building it up. But East New York and Brownsville are still not there yet.
Junior Street, I know the area very well. New Jersey Avenue between Dumont and Livonia is where I grew up at.
Sir,
I know
Jersey
that
Avenue.
very well. Yeah, I went to Roberto Clemente, yep, right there on Pennsylvania Avenue, bro.
Exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I grew up on Church Ave side, Street and Peoria Ave, Church Ave.
I thought you went to Derry Junior Elementary.
What high school you went to, Robert?
Well, I got kicked out of high school. I went to, I got kicked out of a very good, I got kicked out of John Dewey, man.
That's crazy. I went to Dewey.
Dewey, yeah.
I went to the real Dewey back in you, I'm sure. I went to Dewey in the 80s when we could leave campus and go to Coney Island. And
campus was crazy. The campus life was crazy. Yeah, like
college preparatory. Yeah.
Right. To those guys that don't know, at that time, that school, John Dewey, was for gifted kids. It was for kids that, considered talented. And so they put us in a college environment. But I was torn between the streets and, my academics was on point, but the streets used to call me. So I had a lot of conflict. But shout out to John Dewey.
The co-op program saved me because I was that kid. I didn't go to school. I would come in, pass the test, laugh at my teacher, give him the finger, and walk out of class. And so they was like, we got to do something with this kid. So I worked 1 week, and I took double everything 1 week. Double English, double math, double science, double ELA, and got up out of there with honors. And he's right. This school was, you picked your own classes. It ran late. We started at 8. We didn't get out till 4. They had independent study. Like, they need to bring that stuff back.
We used to have 3-hour breaks. Remember some classes used to have like a 3-hour break? That shit was crazy. To go home, hang out. It was terrible for a kid that didn't have discipline.
Yeah, that's a fact. But good reminiscing with. We hate that. Yeah. Anyway, welcome to Politically Correct. Shout out to Patty, man. She opened up early today. I was off today. It was great spending the day with you guys. Talked about so much. We talked about the mayoral race here in New York. I don't know if we spoke about Trump talking on the plane today, I believe, or yesterday, just praising Argentina. We mentioned it slightly. We spoke about childcare, which is always good. We spoke about a little bit about that fake ceasefire going on in the Middle East. So much going on, guys. Of course, the floor is open. We definitely want the pushback. We want the banter. Oh, shout out my brother Ben. He's here. And again, I just want to thank Janice and Robert for just opening my eyes up to different ways of looking at trying to get my daughter, get her business up and running. Because I've ran businesses in the past, and renting has always been my Achilles heel because landlords, they just don't care here in New York. You see a lot of barbershops go away after a while. You just see a lot of businesses just go away after a while because the rent is a problem. If you don't own the property where your business is, you always have to think about, well, how am I going to make this rent, and how is that going to cut into my profit margin? And then of course you have to worry about payroll and payroll taxes and what they have now, the family leave and all these things. So being a boss is not always what it's cracked up to be, unless you find a niche, right? You find something like, yes, this is going to work, and I'm going to cake off, and that's not easy. That is never an easy thing to do. So many industries out here, so much competition out here, but you got to make your way. So with that, I land.
Hey, Divine, did you know talk about Trump tearing down the White House, the West Wing, to build his ballroom? Did you guys see the pictures?
Talk about it. Go.
Oh no, just a pic. I mean, I was thinking I'm not American, but since I've been moved to America, I've come to appreciate it and appreciate the White House. I've always thought the White House was something sacred that you don't touch it, that you only like patch it up or fix something that is broken. But there's pictures all over the internet where I think when Trump started wanting to do the ballroom, he said he wasn't going to touch any building. And on the White House grounds, he was just going to find an empty space and build his ballroom. But there's pictures now going all over the internet where they actually have like, what do you, bulldozers? That's what it's called, right? Tearing down like the building, the West Wing building on the White House ground where he's going to build his $250 million ballroom. I thought it was just despicable when I saw it, but I don't know what you guys think about it.
I think that if someone is going to do major construction to some place that they live, they don't plan on leaving.
Exactly, and it's gonna take a couple of years to build that. Is he gonna even enjoy it if he does? If he leave? I mean, I keep thinking about that. It'll take at least 2 to 3 years to build whatever he wants to build there,
Yeah,
and that's like
tried to do anything that he doesn't benefit from the most or exclusively. So it's most definitely for his own personal purposes. And, you know, I just cannot even tolerate any MAGA talking about cuts because of waste and whatnot. You know, I mean, at this point, they just need to throw a punch. I'm not even going to argue back and forth. I might even take, you know, that picture that you're talking about, because it is disgusting, and make it a PTR if they start talking about their own prices and where the money's going, because it's just awful.
yeah. I'll find the picture. I think I posted it earlier today in the chat, but let me find it again and I'll post it in the chat.
Oh, it's very much out there, but at least not only figuratively, but literally, Trump is destroying the White House.
I'm surprised it took him to his second term to start demolishing the White House, because I want to say like on day 1 or day 2 of his first term, he said that the White House was a piece of crap or something. He said something disparaging, like, or called it a dump or something. And I was like, yo, you just have no disrespect. You have no respect. Like, out the gate, really?
It's not even close to a dump. That was just the most ignorant thing he ever could have said. It was just an excuse to, you know, take money and personalize it with whatever gold-plated, gilded, trashy, tacky, gaudy crap that he likes in his own personal spaces.
Yeah, I put the picture in the chat. It's a Threads link.
Yeah, that's shameful. That's really shameful. By the way, did you guys talk about Trump telling Zelensky to give up land to Russia? And I think today he said, well, it's being debated on whether he actually said it, but several wires are saying that he said that Ukraine has no chance of winning. I mean, there are credible ones, but now they're denying saying it from the White House.
Yeah, it was talked about. Katrina had mentioned part of it as well, or opined on it. And and I'm sure you talked about the Trump nominee to leave the office of special counsel. Had a message leak that he said he had a Nazi streak in him. I mean, it shouldn't be shocking, right? A Trump nominee.
What the fuck?
Said on a text message that is a Nazi streak, and also said that MLK was the 1960s George Floyd, and the holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell where it belongs. That is Paul Iglesia. from a text message that was leaked. Thank you very much.
So I saw the headline. So is he using the Nazi streak as an excuse, like a lapse in judgment or something? What is he saying?
No, when somebody probably says that, it means that, you know, what it is, that they're, you know, they have opinions that are aligned with Nazis or fascists or fascists.
Yo, Devon, you still here?
Yeah.
Devon, that's dope that you're teaching your daughter how to run a business. I can relate to that. You know, my daughter had sickle cell, and so, you know, she wanted to work and do things, and I had to teach her how to run a business, you know, and because, you know, she was sick a lot, and I knew that she couldn't hold down no job all the time. So I taught her how to run her business, and she locked out, and she really did. She did well with her business. So I can relate to you passing the torch like that, teaching your daughter how to be self-sufficient. That's dope.
That's what we need, you know. But I think many of us know what the solutions are, and our elected officials aren't listening to us, right? You know, I'm a huge fan of you know, technical degrees and trades and being certified in certain things, right? I mean, building inspectors, they make a lot of money, right? You don't have to go to college for that, right? Tax preparation, you know, my little side hustle. You just need a high school diploma for that. Right? There's so many things that our children don't know because the schools don't teach them. And so we need people that have this type of mentality of, hey, you know, there's things you can do that school is not going to show you. Or we need to have institutions that show them. I say it all the time. You have graduates and people with MBAs, and they don't even really know the foundation of, you know, how do you get a tax ID number? How do you, what, where, when, like, they just don't know. Accountants that can't do tax returns, right? There's definitely something wrong, and many of us know the solutions. I guess we just have to go out there and just, you know, be the change we want to see. But it's unfortunate that we live in one of the greatest countries in the world, but we're really doing our children a disservice, and it's disheartening. But yeah, if we just do our job, you know, things will change.
Yeah, that whole generation, man, everybody talk, oh, generation wealth, like, let me tell you something, man. Generational wealth is not about me assets. It's about training the young people in your family that are going to be getting those assets to make sure they know how to manage those assets. They understand the business models for those assets. Ain't no such thing as generational wealth if the children are not prepared to inherit what's coming to them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I never used to hear that in conversations. It sounds nice, oh, generational wealth. Like, yeah, but you ain't teach some kids how to run situations, so you're going to leave them things. And I think we've all experienced that where, like, growing up, you know, somebody got a house from their great-grandma. What did they do? They sold that shit. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to be bothered with it. They didn't have a vision. They didn't know how to develop anything. So generational wealth is a myth if you don't prepare kids, you know, to run their business. And then while you're alive, you get the chance to know which children are solid, which children are fucked up. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to our kids, but some of our kids is just not that person. And so at least while you're alive, you get to assess the type of person they are and know whether or not they built to really, you know, handle things when you're no longer here. That's what generational wealth is, preparing young folks and they're identifying who's talented and passing the torch to them. That's the real generational wealth. I'm out here getting dinner. I'm at this fish spot getting dinner for tonight. It's a little while over here, them little hood spots, but they got the good food. That's where I'm at right now. I got some red snap and vegetables steaming up, so I'm looking forward to dinner tonight.
Well, congratulations.
Brooklyn, you know we're gonna fight, right?
He's telling us information we don't care about. You and Ray are like peas in the pod. Y'all niggas love to give us info we don't care about.
Nah, it ain't a matter if you care, it's a matter of just sharing.
Okay.
You don't care, you don't care. And your boy, wait till you share something. Watch what's gonna happen. Watch, I'm gonna wait for that shit.
Share, I ask questions. That's how y'all information be all over the streets.
And where was
And
you
then
at?
y'all be talking about, no, that's how all y'all information be out there. Then people be bringing it up back on the clubhouse. I don't share. I ask questions.
That's cool. I'm pretty transparent. But where was you at earlier? I was in the room with your boy. What's this dude's name? What's that dude name called? The Right Way? Where was you at when I needed you earlier? That dude, that dude, I'm in the room, Big E's room, and everybody in the room is arguing with this dude because he takes everything personal, right? I swear, I was like, damn, where is Brooklyn at? Like, this, because I'm not going to go back and forth with him, but that shit was annoying as fuck earlier. I need somebody to really tack him up.
Nah, y'all get a taste of your own medicine. Y'all be annoying. So now y'all get annoying. You see how that shit work?
It wasn't enjoyable, annoying. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was just like, fuck, like, what's wrong with you?
Y'all think that y'all annoying is enjoyable? That shit is not.
I don't know, but I know I ain't ignorant. I know that.
I mean, ignorance is in the height of all. I'm assuming.
You don't think you're annoying, Brooklyn?
I know I'm not.
What? You know? Man, let me tell you something, young lady. You be annoying as fuck sometimes.
I anger everybody when I tell y'all to mute up. That's what the fuck I do.
I'm gonna disagree. I like Brooklyn.
That's annoying. She's annoying and oh well.
She been cooking lately on some stages, so I'm like, alright, she been cooking, she been really cooking on some shit. Like, she'll simplify that shit.
I vote no on Brooklyn being annoying. Brooklyn is not
I
second that vote.
We have 3 votes for not annoying.
Brooklyn is not annoying.
We have 4 votes for not annoying.
Brooklyn is not annoying.
Y'all gonna call her entertainment?
Yeah, her name is my hometown. She's not enough.
Y'all gonna call her
8
entertainment?
votes.
I think that's the majority. Yeah.
But we won't use
I
the
feel
word.
loved. Look at it.
We won't use the word annoying. I ain't gonna stop.
The people love Brooklyn. Thank God. You
I'm gonna
see how
remove that
it is?
word. I'm gonna remove the word annoying. Okay? Now.
So what else are we talking about today? I've been enjoying listening to y'all as I've been very busy today, but
It's
chiming in whenever. I'm a crash cow.
Actually, there is something that's going on in New Jersey. I don't know if you guys remember, but last year there was this panic because there were all of these aircraft UFO sightings.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and people were thinking it was the military because, like, these crafts were like 20 feet long and completely silent. There were lots of video and pictures of them. Well, a private contractor fessed up either today, yeah, I think it was today, and they said it's their aircraft. They were testing all over the state, and they came up with a picture of some sort, but they aren't really releasing like who these people are, why they were doing it, and what these aircrafts are for.
Oh, is it like an aircraft that they're developing and it looked abnormal? So I remember the story about them thinking that it was like UFO, it was a UFO, but are you saying that this is like a company that's developing a new aircraft?
I don't think they're actually, I don't even know what to call it because they're drones, but they're super large.
Sylvia, do I need to text Trent? Trent was convinced
trust the aliens more at this point.
Wait. Not y'all people who grew up when the movie V came out, the talking about, yo, what the aliens take y'all away. What's going on? Stop.
Hey, that's
What
what
movie you
aliens-
said? V.
We also grew up with
How you gonna use a alien movie nobody ever seen? Why you ain't say Independence Day?
We seen E.T. and E.T. was nice. And he called home.
Fuck Independence Day. I like Independence Day. But fuck that movie. Be the TV movie that came on NBC back in the 80s. Seriously.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
That shit not. And it was revolutionary. And that shit made me never want to meet some foreign invader because I don't know what they expect. Come on.
You could have said motherfucking
I said Z. I said what I said.
I said what I said. Coneheads. Y'all remember the Coneheads one with the aliens?
Yeah, you could have said Coneheads.
Yeah, and they were all nice. All of those aliens were nice. So
I said V for a reason. I'm gonna say
V. We don't know.
I said what I said. Y'all need to go look up.
Everybody knows.
Shout out to Robin Williams. No, if y'all know Robin Williams and Mark and Mindy, then y'all have to know V because that came after. What is going on?
Shout out to making connections with references nobody gets.
Right, like, what are you talking about?
What you mean? You never saw Working Mindy?
They weren't watching Working Mindy on prime time. They were watching the syndication by then.
Syndication. And that's the problem. We didn't see the syndication of V, so I don't know it.
They did syndicate V. Listen, so V was a 5-day. Somebody get mute. I'm getting feedback.
I'm refusing to be.
If you're gonna unmute, you gotta explain it.
I'm explaining that I'm refusing to mute.
Well, that's not nice of you.
Okay.
And basically, you referenced the show that
I don't ever pretend to be nice.
Yes, you do.
I thought you were talking about me from Vendetta.
Yes, be from Vendetta.
Oh, I'm just thinking of that.
look at this V for Vendetta.
Yeah, it's a movie called V, and they talk about visitors, and they basically elected everything on the planet that lived and water for food. That's why I said I ain't going to nobody's damn shit.
Yeah, well, we also grew up on Alf and E.T. and Coneheads and fucking other shit that the aliens was nice.
You talking about the stranded aliens, and you comparing that to deliberate aliens who come here to harvest us for food.
The Super Mario Brothers movie that was aliens.
I am. I'm comparing it to the nice ones. Anything probably better than what the fuck going on now.
Men in Black.
I said that when COVID happened, I told my wife the only thing left for us to see is the damn aliens. Like, what's next? 9/11, we done seen
Ghostbusters.
stock and ore and all kinds of wars. It's like the final frontier. But don't be fooled, right? Because then here we go, Project Bluebeam. I'm going.
That would be crazy if aliens came here and they still treated them better than black people. If an alien called me nigger, I'll be pissed, man. What the fuck?
That's where I draw the line now. This is out of control.
Perhaps you should go see the movie on Netflix with the aliens.
Yeah, mute up, Brian, because I don't know what the fuck you be talking about most of the time.
You gotta get around Brooklyn. You know I love you, bro. You know I love you, Brooklyn.
You too, Ryan, but you and Robert and Ray.
Ain't no damn Ryan.
What's with the R's? What's with the R's?
You, Robert, and Ray. You didn't think about Ray?
related around the world.
I would believe it. Related, child, unrelated.
They call me Mr. Singles, didn't they, man? Yeah.
Oh, I watched this, it was like a video segment that popped into my news feed. Did y'all hear about the Chick-fil-A issue where they have as a policy, they give like frontline workers, policemen, public service workers, free meals? You heard that story?
Yes.
Go ahead. So basically, I only can speak to the one news article, but apparently there is a pattern of it, and they cited briefly other locations in other places in the South. But in this story that I saw, the police officers that stopped into a Chick-fil-A get breakfast, I think it was. They were on a road trip. And there's one black guy, and the other three were white guys. And I guess he was the last to place his order, and the three white officers that were in front of him, they got their orders for free, and then he was charged for his. And
Surprise, though. I mean,
What did the white police officers say? Did they say anything? What did they do?
No, they didn't. One of them said that he was outraged and appalled and asked the black officer, did he want him to say something? But that's kind of where the article ended. He didn't say anything. So then,
why do you gotta pay?
Right, they didn't say anything, and the black officer was too embarrassed, so he didn't, push back or anything there. But then he went and wrote an article to the corporate. Whose echo is that? Okay. He wrote the corporate office, and the local manager for that location responded and basically, kind of tried to, sidestep instead of taking accountability, and said that the person that was working the register was a new trainee or something that wasn't normally on the register, which doesn't mean anything, because how would he know to give the white officers free meals, but all of a sudden he lost his training or didn't understand his training when it came to the black guy? That didn't make sense. But
That don't make sense. That's pretty standard.
so the black officer in a letter suggested that he didn't want any personal remedy. He just said that he wanted them to be trained and to understand, the implications of that, which to me didn't go far enough. But because he didn't really ask for any tangibles, the letter that he received was basically not even a really apology. It just basically explains that this guy, the trainee, made a bad policy judgment, basically.
That's what happens though when you go with intention. I don't care nothing about his intention. I want him to give me my food. So he didn't give me my food. I'm a police. Now you need to send me a coupon in the mail where not only do I get free food for myself, but I get free food for one of my companions.
Oh, that's what he did send coupons. He did, but he never apologized. I'm sorry, he did send coupons. But the news article did say that they had heard reports of similar experiences with black people not getting the free meals in different areas, from like South Carolina to other parts of Georgia and so forth.
How y'all do it in the South? I just couldn't never.
And see the black dude, he was embarrassed. That's not, racism is not your embarrassment, sir. That's what's wrong.
You can't blame him for being embarrassed. You can't blame him for being embarrassed.
Why?
He was also on police, and he probably was a MAGA supporter, so he probably did.
That's why he was embarrassed.
You got violence today.
It's like, what the hell y'all do?
Stop eating that crap anyway. I put it in the chat. That's a chemical thing. It doesn't even stand.
Chick-fil-A is
a potential mass shooter at the
school.
airport.
What?
Somebody walked in at the airport with an AR-15.
What?
Airport?
Atlanta. Let me read this. Let me scroll back up. The authorities in Atlanta say they stopped a mass shooting at one of the world's busiest airports. So he only had one 30-round magazine that had 27 rounds in it. His name is Billy Cagle.
Billy Bob.
49 years old. Arrested on suspicion of terroristic threats, criminal intent to commit aggravated assault and firearms charges. So apparently he was reported by his family. Somebody in his family. He's like, oh, they're crazy.
So they arrested him in the airport?
Yeah, he walked in. He was supposed to shoot up the airport. They arrested him when he got there.
Inside the airport.
Inside, he walked in. Yeah. So I'm assuming it's out in the terminal part. Not terminal. What do you call that? When you go to your
Ticketing.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in that part. He wasn't behind security and all that.
He had to be white.
Of course. That's why I read you the name. Billy Cagle at 49 years old.
Well, yeah. Brother walking with AK, he got almost got.
He was driving a truck, and he found the stuff in his truck. So they must have gave him the license plate and everything.
Not dumb as a buck in a truck.
Yes,
Joe
yes,
is in the middle
Dr.
of that.
A.G. dumb as a buck in the truck. That is it right there.
He's been a while, and like I think that there was a hunting stand that was put up near where
somebody told me about that today.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So somebody that went to that airport said that because depending on where you are in the country, a lot of times, especially in the middle of nowhere, I understand why they did it, but there are tree stands everywhere, and you're in the middle of the goddamn woods in places like Florida and other places. You know.
Hey y'all, I came up here to add to the ledger that Brooklyn is not a...
Who says she didn't know it?
Thank you.
Shout out to that. Thank you.
No, they don't tell me it's because you be spitting that fire. That's what that is. Let the records reflect.
I have some breaking news, of course. It may not be breaking, y'all.
Breaking.
They breaking the east wing of the White House. They already tearing that shit down to start on this ballroom. And I have to read to you what this he said. Oh, you got something? Sorry.
No, go ahead and please continue.
Did you guys read his tweet or whatever he posted? Well, I don't know what the fuck.
Just go ahead and break your news.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys knew this, but for more than 150 years, every president has dreamt of having this White House ballroom, and so now he's making this great achievement.
I can't wait for if we ever get another president. Jesus, please let that happen.
Brooklyn
For them to come in and change the name of that bitch to motherfucking not Trump's. Okay, I can't wait.
I feel like this is our let them eat cake moment, kind of.
Yeah, because he might have if he survives and the next president come in and change his name while his ass is alive, it might kill him. And I'm going to be so happy.
He's out there destroying public housing. Ain't that a goddamn shame? You gotta revoke his ass, his fucking SNAP benefits and his...
I don't understand how that's permissible. Because isn't there like a board, an independent... The White House is part of the park.
There's no brakes on him.
Permissible, they selling.
But isn't the White House is part of the Park Service, right?
You would think.
They are, but they even fucked it all up.
I'm just asking a question. I don't want to hear y'all's feelings on Donald Trump. I mean, I'm just trying to understand where the White House goes. If it's under the Park Service, because I know there are parts of it that are with archives, but it's under the Park Service, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but the head of the Park Service is the president.
And then I don't think there's much of Parks Service Department anymore anyway.
Yeah, they've been
The Park Service. Yeah, the Park Service is under the Department of Interior. In that case, Dumbo, relax. Hey, stop it. In that prison is the head of everything.
Read something really quick. It says here, historical preservation. The Committee of the Preservation of the White House, established in 1964, guides the maintenance of the public staterooms, museum character. The committee and the White House curator must be consulted for changes to these public areas, architectural guidelines. The National Park Service, there you go, oversees the upkeep of the building and the grounds. Any additions must match the White House historical architectural style, code, and design.
Okay, that's what I thought. I knew some of it was under this other part, like a heritage thing that's specific to the White House. Okay, thank you.
We have areas of our city, right? Certain houses, certain streets. You can't just, we want to knock this building down. No, that's a historic landmark, so to speak. But again, I think April said it, no breaks. Just do what you want. I'm the emperor, I'm the king. I'm Michael Jackson, you Tito.
So we can't ask for permits after we got the permits for it.
Here's what's going on. Okay, so it says that the White House argues that demolition and site preparation are outside the jurisdiction of the National Capital Planning Commission, or NCPC, which must approve new construction. The administration has stated that the NCPC's approval is only needed for new construction, not demolition work.
So they just gonna knock it down and not replace it with something new. They're so dumb.
Denise, by the time that he starts the building process, the NCPC will probably be dissolved and no longer anything to do with them. So, yeah, that's what's up.
At the age of consent, I heard they're trying to change that too.
This is really.
What's stop them from bulldozing the whole thing?
He's the king, shitting on people from fighter jets. Look, my thing is this: what more do you want? Just go on and do it. Like whatever the extreme you want, let's just get it over with.
You say the jet shitting thing. Kenny Loggins has complained about him using.
That's right, April. I saw that. He immediately is demanding it to be scrubbed from the internet.
The guy that sings Electric Avenue won his case because Trump used, showing our age, if you guys know Eddie Grant, Electric Avenue, I think he's Guyanese, got him. Big settlement.
I was just on Electric Avenue last year.
Higher.
I don't know what Electric Avenue is. What's that?
It's a song, but it's a
One hit wonder.
It's on for you to cut between Snyder and Tony.
Electric Avenue is in Brixton in London.
It's a song. It's a song. Just Google, put Eddie Grant
Yes,
Electric Avenue.
but it's a song about the street in Brixton in London.
Today is okay.
How did the song go? And what was he? Why did they get him for it?
Yeah.
That's what you call it is sort of for Isaac Hayes the third or whatever.
Correct. Yep. Using
So he already lost one case now with somebody else. That's cool. I hope they win. I hope everybody win because he got the money.
Grant won, I think the third one as well. So let him keep going.
Can you hear me, Ron? Listen. If we keep doing that, I mean, I hope the artists keep doing it, but unfortunately, we can actually have the song covered. There's not any more to say about that. It's just covered and that's it. So you don't say
Somebody if it's covered.
In No,
the artists still get, the writers still get money.
Yeah.
But it's a new publishing, it's a new physical, master. So that's it. Nothing we can do if they cover that niche.
Smart enough. Don't give them any ideas.
I think they let him do this demolition project so that he can be distracted with something that is more in his scope of understanding, so that the real people pulling the strings, the puppet masters, can do all of their devious.
I heard the section of the White House that's being demolished. I heard that was storing the Epstein files.
That's funny.
It's not funny, it's true. I mean, it's true.
Hey, so do y'all think his intentions is staying more than 3 years? Why else do you spend all that money on, what is he making?
Absolutely wants to be in there more than 3 years, yes.
Yeah.
I think Lewis had in the library. He's supposed to be. This is supposed to be his honor, but I think he want to fucking stay. So.
JD, he got two Trump 2028 hats on his desk.
Yeah. That's what I said. He's the way.
No, go ahead, JD.
Yeah, I was gonna say the way he has, ICE and trying to implement the military. I think this is the calm before the midterms. I think after the midterms, he's gonna go haywire.
Yeah, the thing about it is he's not planning on staying alive long enough, but that's not realistic. But I would say that he wants to create his legacy. He wants his legacy to be stuck there. That's why he's doing this. Because, obvious.
As far as that,
I've been gone for a little bit, but I'll be short. Did you guys talk about the shooter at the Atlanta airport?
yeah, they just talked about that.
How much late breaking news are you gonna give us?
Listen, I've been working, Spirits. Some of us have to work, because everybody got paid today that work for Uncle Sam.
I was gonna say that the conspiracy theory, I know y'all gotta make that note. It's the conspiracy theory, guys, is that they're getting Trump Jr. for the siege. So that's why he has the Trump 2028. That's what I heard.
Say that again?
Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
No.
Is Ryan in the Matrix?
Yeah, he is in the mix. Do I need to repeat it or do Ray need to repeat it?
We heard you, brother. Trump Jr. is running. We heard you.
And the alien man has joined us.
So I know we don't pay Steve Bannon a lot of attention, but he said on his show multiple times that the Trump 2028 thing is real, and that they will find a way to engineer it so that Trump will run for a third term and that Trump will win. I try to take it with a grain of salt, but I'm really worried. What's his name? This guy just called his name. Steve Bannon is diabolical. I feel like we folks like Steve Bannon there. What's the devil one that's doing all this ICE thing? Stephen Miller, Corey Lewandowski. They will try to put a plan together to subvert the laws and try to put this guy back for a third term. I really think so. I don't know.
Yeah, let's put it this way. I don't know if they'll succeed, but there has not been one time, to my knowledge, that Donald Trump has referred to post 2028 not being in the White House. Every reference has been, I'm here for life. I'm going to be, well, basically, I'm here for life. And they have floated all kinds of things like martial law. He openly says these things. So I don't really know why people think that that's not his plan. They actually tried to craft a plan in the House of Representatives to make it legal for him. I don't know if it's for him only, but for him to run for a third term. In all of his rallies, he's talked about folks not needing to vote again because he'll be there for good. So, I mean, at this point, we're just not listening if we think that his goal, at least, isn't to live out the rest of his days in us.
And his also goal is to troll us, to get us riled up, because even if he thinks, yeah, it's probably not going to happen, and supporters think that as well, the idea that it makes us crazy and that it trolls the fuck out of us is actually more important than actually their ability to get it done.
I mean, I don't think it's it's a combination of troll, but I think he would definitely try to do it. He would push the limit.
I just don't think there's any point in talking about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Until we get to the point where the candidates are chosen or in the primary.
No, actually, I don't agree with you on that one. I mean, I don't think that we should think that it is a done deal by any stretch, but we really do need to look at the plans that they're putting in place to capture the White House for good, right?
Like, what about it?
Well, we first of all need to make people aware about it because a whole lot of people are not. I mean, when they're talking about martial law, I mean, at this point, if we think that that is not actually on the table, I don't know what to tell you.
I get it. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so it's on the table. We're talking about it. So what are we going to do about it? What's the plan to preempt it? Is there a plan to counter strategize? Like, what are we talking about it for?
Well, shouldn't you talk about it before you strategize? I mean, how do you get a strategy and haven't talked about it?
So what is there to talk about?
I'm kind of with sister. I mean, we can't make everything sound.
Talking about it. Okay, so he said this at rallies. He said this. Pete, what's his name, said it. What's his name has said it. Is this the plan? Okay, what else is there to say about it?
Okay, so the methods, for example, multiple times they've talked about martial law. They are actively mobilizing the military using terms like training ground, practice ground. So we first of all need to see what avenues are there in terms of what the military, what role they may or may not play in something like that.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so what are the steps that we're taking about that?
I mean, what are the steps we're taking? Nobody's done anything because they think it's all a joke. And they're going to have a Pikachu face when something crazy goes down.
So what are the things that we can do about that? Like, what should we be doing?
Well, it kind of sounds like you don't think we should do anything, but just
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What I'm asking you, what do you think we should be doing?
Right.
That's
because
it.
I'm tired. This is the thing that gets me. There's all this like histrionic and hysteria in the rhetoric, right? And people are talking, oh my God, he's doing this. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But then that's it. It's like, that's the thing. All right, so he's doing these things. What are we as citizens going to do to prevent all of these terrible things from happening? How can we do something?
Dr. Agent, what do you expect? I mean, they did the No Kings rally. That's something that people, we talked about it in this room, everybody talks about it. Yes,
She's
No, I'm
asking
not knocking it.
what additional do you think we should do other than voting, other than protesting?
Look, let me say this, man. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the answer. I don't know if it's the answer you're looking for. The problem is, what can you do? If you have a president that would go as far as instituting martial law, all these insurrection acts, the answer you're looking for is we actually get physical, start a civil war. If voting ain't gonna work, that's supposed to be our main line of defense, is voting against this shit. So if that's not gonna work, if protesting's not gonna work, I mean, shit, what else left is there? I mean,
Think that works?
you know, I don't know if everyone's expecting that we get out there and have a civil war.
You know that those.
No. Hold on.
I'm just saying, you know, all I'm saying is, people out here driving up all this hysteria. And I'm saying that the hysteria doesn't do anything for us except increase our anxiety. If we are serious about preempting these things, what can we do to preempt it besides being histrionic and hysterical?
And if that anxiety,
Yeah, just hold on. I think that it is uncharitable to say histrionic. I mean, that's ridiculous. Mentioning something does not mean that you're being histrionic and hysterical. But if you want an example of what people can do, we can just look to Europe to see what the people have done in fascist situations. One of those things are general strikes. Okay? That I don't mean boycott, a general strike. Those are days where large amounts of people clock out, sit down, don't go to work, and bring the economy to a halt. Things start moving when you start hitting those types of sectors.
Okay, so
in terms of correction, we start in rooms like this, making people understand that this is an actual threat and not just vain, hysterical imaginations.
Okay, so how do we get the ball rolling on the general strike?
Okay, same way that they did the No Kings in terms of awareness and having a strategy, whether it's decentralized or not, you can actually start doing smaller strikes, or do coordinated strikes around the country. Social media is a great way of coordinating it exactly the same way they did No Kings.
So I should go so when I go to the meeting where they have for the 5150, I keep 5051, then I should say, like, let's investigate having a general strike. So groups like 5051, right, because they're like the No Kings people, they should look into organizing that. Is that? Okay.
I wanted to delineate the conversation, because one conversation is about, oh yeah, I'm going to stay, be elected for a third term and all that. That's a constitutional thing. That's the part where the rubber meets the road on the primaries and going through all of that. The other part is, I think, a rightful conversation, which is about creating martial law, which is not having voting. That's a different way for him to stay on. I think the discussion about, oh, can he run for a third term? I think that's fucking garbage right this second. I think the conversation about martial law and about cracking down on voting and all that shit, that's a more righteous conversation.
I agree, and like, sister, I hear you. Like, is it beyond Trump's scope of intention to want to be the true king and truly not leave office? No, of course not. It's absolutely not beyond his deep narcissism. But right now, it just seems premature. Even when I presented that to some hardcore MAGAs, they're like, "Oh, Moose, you got TDS." Like, even they think that's too crazy for him. I think, yes, like, keep doing the No Kings, but it seems premature now. I could see if he was really causing more of a ruckus, in his third year, fourth year. But to say now, it's like then it's like they're gaslighting, right? It's like we're it's like we're falling into their trap. We're taking their bait. We're like, oh, Trump is just trolling you libtards again. So I think it's just a premature conversation, but it's 100%. Yeah, I think it's Trump's wet dream, but I think it's premature to happen.
Hey, Moose, I think the same way you're sounding now was probably the same way folks were sounding early 2024 when folks were talking about Project 25. But I saw this meter the other day that said it was accomplished 45 or 49% of everything that they listed in Project 2025. To Sister's point, I think just creating awareness and making people hysterical is actually a good thing at this point. Being hysterical would push you out to go out and vote. Let's say Trump even overcomes it and runs for a third term. It would show everybody would be prepared for it, and everybody would go out and do their best to pull out everybody to vote. So I think talking about it now is a good thing to do, but asking us what can we do, I think we're almost powerless. The most things we can do is go out and protest. I think was it JD that said it? We're not gonna go.
Yeah, no,
mistakes. Yeah, and
Ben, I say we can all agree to disagree on this one. I'm with Ben. I think this is the same tone we had 2024. We'll just wait till they hit the streets and grabbing people off the streets. Well, we're here now. I think it's the same we had back in 2024. So I don't think it's necessarily driving hysteria to bring up the point that this man is clearly in the process of planning his stuff. I mean, what's the point of all these actions he's taking? What's the point? What's the point of all this stuff he's doing in the streets? What's the point of him driving out all these immigrants? What is the point? What is the point that we think, right? They're feeding one thing. They're feeding, they stole black jobs and we're paying all this money for them. But we all know that's bullshit. So if that's all bullshit, then what is the reason that he's doing all this stuff that he's doing? So I don't think it's a bad thing to talk about. It's not to drive hysteria. It's not to jump the boat. I understand. Let's focus on what's happening now. But shit, we've said that before. Let's focus on what happened now. That shit comes quick. 3 years, unfortunately, is quick. And my thing is just the steps that he's taking now is in preparation for that. And maybe hysteria, but I'm not the one driving hysteria. The damn commander-in-chief is.
All I'm saying is, all the talking about it and why I'm saying it's hysteria is because it just gives everybody the thing of oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I just think a little less of that and a little more meaning. If people come to people and you say, look, this is what's going on, let's get it moving. Let's get it moving. But just the ginning up of attention and awareness, I think it's overdone. And that's just my opinion.
And I respect your opinion, but here's the challenge that I'm seeing. The people who are saying, let's get it moving, they have an equal and opposite people from the center and liberals saying, your hair is burning, there's no need to do anything, I don't believe you, you're hysterical, the sky's falling. So this time last year, in fact, way earlier
So
this time last year.
those people with the people who move in.
Understood. But the thing is, we were saying for at least 2 years that they're going to turn the military on the people. We had all the why, those things, we had a legitimate reason to believe this. And it was not the MAGA, it was the right wing who basically drowned us out from very people who were trying to listen to us. And here we are today. And, I just think at this point that I might be on the side of the accelerationists and just let people wait until the doors get down.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sister. I was just on the shoes of my.
Yeah, we talked about the voting rights for years. We talked about Roe v. Wade. We talked about the military being used against people. And it is the liberals. It is the centralists who have shouted us down the most. And that's the challenge that I have. You can't even talk about strategy if people don't really believe there's a problem or that there is a legitimate threat. And so I don't give a flying fuck about people's anxiety. Go take a boost bar because you are in a situation where your rights are being stripped away.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
And that ain't right, because it's like, I told you, and look what happened, I told you, and look what happened. It never enough for people. You just gotta activate. And
My only point is,
election, and it's not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. So you gotta move with the people who are moving, work with the people who are working, and hope that the groundswell is enough.
Can you repeat the first part of what
And
you
what
said?
I would respectfully like to ask is for people who don't agree to get out of our fucking way. Because honestly, you can't fight your own people.
Who's in the way?
Oh my God. You know,
I don't see who's in the way.
you know what? The people who are naysaying and saying this is not real, because we're all talking to the same people.
Well, why are you talking to them is my point.
You
know, that's what I'm saying.
I think y'all are saying the same thing.
It's just that you're at phase A, which would be awareness, and Dr. H.G. wants to be at phase B, which is execution or strategizing.
Yeah, because if they don't believe, just leave them alone. I'm not interested in converting them. I'm not interested in convincing them. I'm interested in going with the people who are ready to fight the fight, right? That's it. We can't waste time convincing people.
Without the number, they're just going to shoot you down and make you an example. That's the problem.
There it is. I'm sure that's how they did it in the civil rights movement too, until there was a groundswell and then people joined in. You can't wait for everybody. That's just me. And that's just, we all have to make a decision how we gonna show up for this, to show up for this fight. And, the pulpit convincing people, that's just not my ministry.
So let me ask y'all this. I heard in discussion, what are you guys suggesting as outside of voting and contacting our elected officials and protesting? What other options do we have to fight this?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier about general strikes, and those do take quite a bit of coordination. Usually you start with the labor unions. They're the ones who usually spearhead that type of thing. And I think the unions had a big part to play with the No Kings protest, if I remember correctly. There are other things as well, but the hour's late, because before, we could have had this off the pass with just voting correctly, right? But we had to have been willing to have that conversation. But there's a statement that I like to say, and the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, but the second best time is today. And so at this point, the people who are noticing that their Medicaid and whatnot are in jeopardy should not only be contacting their reps, but planning to find ways of what they're going to do if they do lose their benefits, right? Speak to your doctor, speak to whoever to see what you're going to do for your own self and your own families. Work with your local community to make sure that your family's going to be straight. There are other things as well, like there are tax revolts for people who to make that kind of thing. But at this point, I'm kind of moving into like accelerationist territory, because I don't really think that we're going to have any like mass movement on the left without a lot of them feeling the pain. And I think they feel it if the Dems lose the House, because at that point, there's not going to be any holds barred on what these insane people can do. Now, do I want them to lose a House? Hell no. Absolutely not. But the fact of the matter is, in the last 4 years, there's been more than 400 laws passed to suppress the black vote. And so the final nail in the coffin is what the SCOTUS is doing. And so whatever we can do to influence the SCOTUS, and I do think that although they are, in my opinion, bent on serving Trump, I still think that they fear the people enough to listen to what the people are saying. So I do think that the No Kings thing was one thing, but mass demonstrations over voting rights has to be a part of this. This is one of the reasons why, I often criticize the Dems, and I know a lot of Dems get mad at me at this, but my deal is there hasn't been an effective strategy put in place to protect the voting rights of black people. I don't think we would be here right now if black people had, their full representation in the voting booth. But here we are now, right? And so at this point, at least this last bit needs to be preserved by any means necessary. But that's just how I see it.
I was gonna say, speaking of healthcare, I don't wanna dig too deep, but if anybody has lost their healthcare, Kaiser has a program for people who, fall into that income bracket to be able to have some sort of health insurance through them. So if anybody needs it, Kaiser has a program.
Yo, real quick, because sister saying she felt like the No Kings protest was bullshit, right? I don't feel that way, and I want to say why, right? Because I was there, literally ground zero, right? When you see that many people out, and you see the way that people are moving in solidarity, and then you realize that it wasn't just my city, there were multiple cities. Now we know the strength and the numbers that are starting to feel the exact same way, and they're realizing that too. That there is a collective thought that's happening, and people are moving in union, and they're not doing it lawlessly. That's a powerful thing, whether you understand that or not. In my opinion, in my little opinion, I definitely think that makes a fucking difference. I really do.
Gemini, I was here, we went down to, anyway, we saw the community, the gathering, how just people blowing home, it was, and this is real, we read over here, okay, for real. And Anchorage, 2,000 showed up downtown to Town Square. Now, in a city of 300,000 people, that's not a lot, but it is that is a lot, right? But when you get this kind of momentum, you can have people who are like the farmers who lose shit, people who are not going to be fed. When you start to invite those people in, when those people see, hey, we're going through hell, but these people over here are like, look, we're not going to take this shit sitting down. You can start to build the momentum. And when that happens, shit changes. There's a whole new thing here. It's not going to be easy. The fight will not be easy. But if you think people are going to sit down and not be fed, not be able to go to the doctor, not get paid at work, if you think people are just going to sit down and take, I don't know what to tell you. It's not going to happen like that. People are not going to sit. We Americans are spoiled. Yes, we are. But when disruption reaches your front door and causes pain, people will come out. Trust and believe.
And right now, the news is reporting that it's one of the largest single-day demonstrations in the history of the United States. That's significant.
So, did y'all talk about how Trump retweeted them videos of him shitting on people?
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah. So,
Isn't that
so one of the things that people keep is lost about the value of the protest or the rally, like Gemini and they're talking about the head count and the number and the optics and the press coverage. While some may think that is significant or that didn't move the needle, like in the marketing space, we call it when you draw people out and incentivize them to come out to an event, we call it an activation, because once they get there, you do things to them, you organize. Like Tiffany gave examples of what they did in Memphis. I saw, when I drove past, I saw booths where people were signing up for different causes. They were signing up for registering to vote. They were doing all these things. Those are called activations, i.e. getting people activated for the next thing, whatever the next plan is. Now you got them on a list. Now you understand who your potential leaders are, or the potential sub-leaders or team members. Same thing when you go out and canvas, when you're campaigning for a politician or whatever. They start as like meetings and rallies, and then from there you identify who are the influencers, thought leaders, and leaders that you can rely on to hold an office, be a part of the think tank or the strategy. So it's not just to show up there and listen to people speak and then go home.
I completely agree, and just in case anybody got it twisted, I was definitely not speaking against the protest. In fact, quite the opposite. I think it was
I didn't think you said that.
Yeah.
Hey, Spirit. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead. No, I just want to tell Spirit. So, did you know you were mentioning not bringing up about the third term, but one of the main things that this rally was addressing was the fact that Trump wanted a third term. I mean, that's one of the main things of the No Kings protests.
Yeah, I understand that, but the No Kings is literally no kings. And when I'm speaking about the third term, I'm speaking about the process of electing a president, in terms of, party against party and going through that whole process. I'm not him staying on. I'm saying that's a more imminent threat in my mind versus him trying to go around the Constitution to run for a third term. That's the hysteria part that I object to very specifically, and not the part where he wants to stay on to power.
I guess for me, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think that's fine. So for me, like, I attended.
Yeah, go ahead.
You go.
Y'all killing me. Agent, go ahead, please.
Columbus.
So for me, like, I attended a No King protest, and for me, I guess maybe I was disappointed because it wasn't what I expected it to be. And like back on it, I think it was a waste for me. Like, I don't think that it really radicalized people to the point that I wanted them to be at. It seemed like, for me, when people, it seemed more like a rally. It didn't seem like a protest. The idea of people gathering on a Saturday doesn't really impact anything. It's like the day, nobody works on a Saturday anyway. So like people gathering on a Saturday to, march to wherever they were marching to, and dressed up as unicorns and, playing around really didn't hit like it was supposed to. So for some people, it just seemed as though it was just a gathering. To me, the messaging wasn't very clear. I understand, they were saying no kings, but I think not addressing our whole institution, whereas it has given one person so much power, and not addressing the supporting entities that have given him all that power didn't sit well with me. Also, like, I just think the focus, I just don't think there was any clear focus. I like the idea of people getting together, but I think it would have been more impactful if people got together on a day that people had to take off, blocked roads, shut things down, and actually had an actual march, not a get together where people were dressed up and doing cartwheels and dressed up like unicorns. So like that for me was why I was disappointed with the.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick. So, so in your city, do they have the Tuesday things where people do the sort of micro protest, and they may do it like on corners or in front of the political office, or do they have the indivisible any protests in your city? Because the No Kings is sort of a culmination. It's not a single one-time thing. So yeah, it's done on a Saturday because people do have to work, and not everybody has the luxury of being able to take off of their job to participate. So it is to maximize participation by acknowledging that some people can't attend the other ones that are held, like during the week, where they go and bombard their representatives' offices with questions and signs. So there are micro things that are happening, and this was just like a culminating event.
We do have micro protests that lead, and I understand where you're coming from. And to someone who said, I didn't say it was worthless. I'm just saying it wasn't as impactful as I wanted it to be. I understand that people do have to work, but I just don't think, especially given the response that Trump gave, he basically posted an AI video of him taking a dump on protesters.
But we can't be obsessed with what he's doing, though. It has to be like about the people. It doesn't have to be responsive or. I'm sorry.
But I'm sorry, but it's another, like, I respect your opinion. I think, you're brilliant. But I think, for me, just me personally, like, isn't that who we're trying to speak to?
No.
Isn't that who we were trying to have listen?
No.
I agree, though. I think we're not outraged enough at the response from Trump. I think we should be way more outraged.
Exactly. But that wasn't I think y'all are missing it. Like, assuming that it was a protest, by your definition, like, I never had that expectation that it was going to be a protest. I felt like it was always going to be a rally or some type of organizing event to draw in more people and make them aware. And then from there, in the face of, you go out and do different things. Like, I never saw it as a test, even when it was called a protest, because based on all of the pre-publicity around it, it was more like a rally. To me, I've been to both, and I know the difference. And I can see if you thought it was a protest, expecting a different level of coverage, a different level of activities when you get there, taking over bridges and things like that. I never anticipated any of that because I knew of the local coverage and how they were planning for it in terms from city ordinances to the police coverage. I could tell it wasn't going to be a protest, but I just think that it might have been a mismanagement of expectations on some people's to expect it to have been one thing. And then I think expecting, if you had that expectation that it was going to be more along the lines of a protest, I can see you feeling like Trump's reaction or expecting his reaction to have been something different than what it really was.
Yeah, I mean, that was my expectation. That's what it was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Doc.
No, I was going to say real quick, Agent, so I hear you. Like, Trump's response, incredibly adolescent. I mean, that's actually an insult to adolescence. But he responded. Like, the king of trolls himself, he could have ignored it, but it triggered him. Again, his response was completely conduct on becoming a president, a mature, well-rounded, reasonable adult, let alone be president of the United States, but he got triggered nonetheless, which means the message is getting through.
Yeah, but I think like him being triggered and not seeing any consequences, like he does that quite often. He does get triggered, right? But it's like he doesn't change in the direction that we want him to change, right? So like that's why like I just think that his response is like, fuck y'all, and I'm just gonna make your lives worse. You know, because you're not gonna do anything to me. You're not gonna touch me. I'm untouchable. So I think I hear what you're saying, Denise, but it was like marketed to me, right? And other people as if this was going to be an actual protest. And if it was a rally, of course I would have attended and my expectations would have been different, like you stated earlier. But, you know, I think at this point where we're at as a nation, like, we need to have actual marches. We need to shut things down. And, you know, I'm kind of very, because I live in a city where we have protests quite often, I'm kind of tired of, you know, petitioning
Trump is deploying military out there. Trump is literally just waiting for shoot, and he will shoot. And he's waiting for something to trigger something, you know. So I think being realistic and asking people to go close down buildings or barricade buildings or disrupt things is just feeding into what Trump is.
Yeah, but I think that if we are organized, what we're going to do, I think certain things are avoidable. Don't get it twisted. I don't believe that, Trump is not going to, use a police force or the military. I mean, I was in New York during COVID. I was in New York during the BLM movement. We were out there. Yes, we were fighting. Yes, there was blood. Yes, it was messy, but we were very organized behind the scenes. And, we felt as if we accomplished something, that we were actually heard, because the response was that they were actually listening to us and they were being pushed in the direction that we wanted them to be pushed in. And so for me, I think at this point where we're at as a nation, I think this is too soft. The response from us is too soft.
You just
Wait a minute. Can I go ahead, bro?
I'm just gonna say that we're facing the military invading our cities. I think that was actually the demonstration that was needed, because anything that was gonna be cause any kind of violence or any kind of aggression, it would have gave him all the authority he needed in order to make his military cities a thing. So I think they went about it the right way, actually, and it was wonderful. I also was there in Atlanta, and there was a lot of people, and they did. Johnny said, they were signing people up for voting and all kinds of different things, and I think it did what it was supposed to do.
And Brooklyn, fair point. Weeks before this event, like Mike Johnson, his minions, every GOP person that had a voice was out there calling it the Hate America rally. That these were a bunch of anarchists and communists that were just going to cause trouble. So they were expecting that we would disrupt, the folks that attended would disrupt something, cause a lot of chaos. And I think they were surprised at how calm and fun, I would say, and how jovial everybody was in this event. So they were looking for people to cause disruption. Then they'll be like, yeah, I told you this guy is Hate America, this guy just... So the point I'm trying to say is, I think they did a great job. The way I view this was creating awareness, and I think they created so much awareness that kind of put some panic in both Trump and the folks that worship him.
As far as
Brooklyn pretty much said what I was going to say earlier.
Can I go?
Like, 1 second, bro. Like, Brooklyn pretty much said what I was going to say earlier. If Trump wants to do martial law, but martial law is a lot harder to implement. But what's a lot easier for him to implement, and he's leaning towards, and he's verbalized this, so it's not me guessing. He's literally said this, is the Insurrection Act, right? It has a lot lower level of legal necessities that can be met to be triggered, right? So with that being said, if we do start pushing too hard, if there is violence, he's already sending the National Guard to cities that don't have like significant violence right now, like San Francisco, for instance, right? So when you see him doing that, if you don't think that he will absolutely trigger the Insurrection Act, and that will be the snowball that starts going downhill and building, then I don't think you're reading the board appropriately, right?
No, I am.
Also, even though he didn't respond in the manner that we wanted him to respond, like I didn't give a fuck about his response. It's not for him to respond. It's for the public to start mobilizing and taking action, and for other politicians and our representatives to realize that they're supposed to step up and represent us, right? That's it, because we're acting out as the people, right? The people of the United States. So the fact that he responded at all means that we do have his attention. If a non-response would be a lot worse than him creating an AI video and put it out, although that's a piece of shit video and not very presidential on any other fucking level, which is insane that a president would do something that fucking childish. We attention enough for him to respond, which means he's watching this and he understands that there are incidents happening, there are people protesting, there are people that are not aligning with his fucking wannabe dictatorship, and they're doing it in a structured, peaceful manner, which ties his hands as to what legal repercussions he could bring. The only thing he could do was an AI video. You gotta put it in that light. That's the only thing he could do. There was no violence for him to respond to. He can't have an armed response to a structured protest, legal protest.
Did he go home?
That are compliant.
Well, I mean, I think that he can, but the important thing to sort of help others talking, the narrative, and this is a protest also shouldn't happen, but I think that this was very important, right? The narrative that Trump is putting out there, these people are Antifa, these Antifa people are terrorists, right? We have to send in, National Guard to get, this terror under, right? But instead of that kind of appearance, we had people dressing up in costumes, having a good time, working within the bounds of the law. When judges are going to eventually be adjudicating on Trump sending whatever, because expecting Trump to change his behavior, I think, is a fool's errand, right? But countering the narrative of, the idea that all of these people are belligerents who are anti-American, who want to go and do bad things to you, whoever you is, right? But when the cameras are turned on and when something this big is organized, we have people dressing up in inflatable dinosaur costumes, right? We have people dressing up in inflatable frog costumes. These things make a difference, and we've seen things fail in court even with Trump-elected judges, or Trump-appointed judges, I'm sorry, right? Where even they have said, no, this doesn't work, right? You can't go and do these things. It's going to continue to be a struggle, but I would suggest, and again, this is not to go, I don't think it's an either or necessarily, right? I think that protest certainly still has value, but events, mass events like this, which welcome a lot of people who may not be comfortable with protesting, but may be comfortable with having more of a jovial time like this while still going and demonstrating, right? About, we shouldn't have kings, etc. in a way that is playful, fun, counter to the narrative that Trump yells at us, he swears is happening, is, I think, important.
So me and my uncle, who is 80-something years old and was in Vietnam, we talked about the No Kings protest because I went to his house after I went downtown. And we was talking about, my cousin was talking about how the people was dressed up, and it was people saying that it looked stupid, and just to that point, he was just saying that that's not far from the norm. Even back when they were protesting during Vietnam times, people would dress up and they would have the different signs and all of that. So don't think of it as, something that's different. Like, people dressed up, they did all of the things that they're doing now. This is the norm for protesting. And I don't think that people are used to that, because we basically, 2020 and all of the times before that, we're used to riots. You understand? That's what we are accustomed to, rioting for the most part. Protests turning into riots. And that wasn't what this was, and some people are getting it confused. And that's where the problem lies, I think.
I understand that it is aggravating MAGA so much. They want to turn it into so many things that it wasn't. As someone said before, Trump and his media arm, the people who put his message out, were calling us anti-American, calling us criminal, calling us hating America, all this crazy shit. Caroline Leavitt, the shit she said about people, Democrats and people on the left, was like, it was crazy. But what we did, the people who went and did this on Saturday, was show them we are not what they say we are. We are not that. We are Americans and we care about this country. Now, whether you think that will embolden people or bring people out further, it's a stress test again. The more stress put on people, the more they will say, hey, I'm feeling this, and these people weren't lying. What they were telling me all along is true. There's people who are ready to do that. They're ready to take that step because they see what's going on. You have smart people who see what's going on, and they voted for him for their financial situation or for whatever reason they voted. There's some people who have some sense and are saying we can't sustain this. And I'm going to tell you, they're saying, oh, it was all older people there. There was college age kids, okay, who went there of their own volition and had their own signs and did their own thing. It's not just people, it's not just veterans, it's not just whatever people are saying. They're trying every way they can to denigrate this protest because we didn't get violent. The only violence was from them. There was a lady with a MAGA shirt on who brandished her gun. Okay, there was somebody who tried to. I don't know if they succeeded. I don't think I heard that on the news. I haven't looked at it. Who was trying to run a car into a crowd? I think we would have heard of that. But anyway, there was 22 people arrested around the country, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but they were trying to instigate violence. They were trying to visit violence on people who were peacefully protesting, which is an American right. That's as American as apple pie. What we did over the weekend was patriotic. It was the height of patriotism, and they don't want us to have that. They want to say we're not American.
I have a question.
Well put.
I have a question. Agent, I think you said, and I didn't want to get lost, that when you were comparing it to other events that you've gone to, you said something about, and then you all organized, I don't think you used privately, but it was basically like behind closed doors. And the points that I made initially about what I felt the rally was for was to draw people of like mind to see who was energized, and using that as like a phase one, and then phase two, go into organizing and planning, and using that to identify the most easily activated to have some type of significant role. That is what I saw the rally as. I wanted to ask you, when you went to your local event, did you see people signing up for things?
I did see people signing up for things, but at this point where we're at, I feel as though there's a lot of virtue signaling going on. I don't really think people are necessarily aligned with what the messaging was supposed to be, because to me it seemed a little bit disorganized on what the true purpose was. So that was another issue I took with it. I understand the excitement of seeing a lot of people thinking that, a lot of people rally together thinking that that are on a mission to accomplish something. But I mean, honestly, I guess maybe for me, it's just where we're at right now. I just think this is a little too soft. I'm going to be quite honest. But I do hear what you're saying.
What would you like to see, Nate? What would you like to see differently?
Like I said, I think people should have marched. People should have shut roads down. People should have made, people should have been in front of the White House. I think people should have been in front of their elected officials' homes, the homes, the
Let me ask you this, because this might give me a better understanding. How close did you get to the center of downtown where they had the roads blocked off with the horses?
I live downtown.
Pushing back. So you've seen the horses and you've seen them beating people back, right?
Yeah, what city are you talking about? Because
We're in LA. We're in LA.
Participated in a lot of protests. So
We're in LA. But AJ, did you see the way they were pushing people back there in the street?
Yeah, my thing is that I think we're overly concerned about the response from Trump. And Trump is going to respond to us either way. Like, we're sitting here saying that, oh, well, it shows that we're peaceful people. Regardless of what we do, they're never going to see us as peaceful people. They're always going to see us as the opposition. And so, like, Trump is going to treat us as such. This is not a normal thinking person. So, like, even when people talk about the Insurrection Act and all this other stuff, he is still going to stick the police on us. He is still going to utilize the military against us. So this is so to me, it doesn't really matter how Trump perceives us, how the right perceives us, because they always are going to see us as the opposition.
Okay. I get what you're saying, right? Go ahead. Okay. What should happen versus what can happen is what we're talking about here, right? We would not have to need, like, the longer we wait to seriously address what's going on, just the more extreme the the response has to be. And so I understand that you know how late the hour is, and you want a commensurate extreme response. The problem with that is most Americans are not where you are. They are not ready to get hit upside the head with a baton or see their grandma hit with bullets. They're not ready. And so we have to deal with the cards that are in our hand right now. And so it is, it's kind of like splitting the baby, but I do think for this reason, having a completely nonviolent rally, protest, whatever we want to call it, was an absolute win. Because there are people who didn't go, who now see that the people who are opposing this government are reasonable people. They would be more likely, in my opinion, to join them than if they saw folks, breaking windows, if you will. And so the temperature has not risen enough in the general population for what you're asking. It's risen enough for the people who are now being affected, right? The people whose doors are getting kicked down, they're ready, but it's not a lot of them. And if they get it, if we do this wrong, and these, the military, the National Guard, strikes them down with brutal force, that actually will have a quelling effect where people are going to sit down and allow them to put on those shackles. So it's a very thin needle to thread. But I'm saying this because I don't want you to think that at least I am discounting your dissatisfaction with what was done. I'm just saying that it's because of where we are right now, it's just not feasible. It wouldn't work.
Anyone's discounting. I don't think anyone is discounting how I feel. I think everyone on the stage, has been quite, respectful and responsive to what I'm saying, even though we don't agree on the way to handle the situation. So I'm not really upset with your feelings about it either. I just feel as though, for me, we're getting to a point where it's going to become too late. And so, because I see what's going on because I work in the healthcare sector. I see what's happening to people. I see what's happening to children. Yesterday I spoke about how in my neighborhood we have food program that we're collecting food for the people who lost their federal jobs, who can't feed themselves, or the children who can't feed themselves, or the elderly who can't even leave their homes to feed themselves. So we're trying to organize, but it doesn't seem like people are. It seems like people are still asleep.
You know what?
And that's what's frustrating for me.
Adrian, I do think we definitely not. I know we need people with your mentality, right? So I don't want you to take it like I'm down in your mentality or your viewpoint as far as your approach, right? But I also think that what we're doing is very strategic, and we're playing chess at this point. He's been pushing a narrative. Trump likes to have narratives that he pushes, and he does it very consistently until it takes hold, until he gains ground with it, right? And one narrative that he's pushing right now is the violent left, terrorist, Antifa. He keeps repeating that redundantly until somebody starts to accept it as truth, right? And if we align with that via our physical actions, we have just played into his hand, right? We're going to make him look retarded for saying that shit by showing that he's wrong via our actions, right? Yep, we definitely have a problem with what you're doing. Yep, we understand how things are trying to be portrayed. Yep, we're going to protest you. Yes, we're going to be legally compliant. There's nothing terroristic about our approach. Everything we did was lawful American activity, justifiable, right? Which makes his actions unjustifiable. When he tries to use the National Guard, when he tries to say that they're terrorists, the violent left, all that has been disproven via action, massive action this weekend. Now, it might not have been exactly as good as it could be, and you probably know more about protesting than me via some of your experiences that you spoke about, and I respect that. But I don't think this was the time to be violent. I could be wrong, but I just don't. I think it would be premature, and it would be more advantageous to him than us.
the outcomes differently. And like I said, I'm not taking anything with any animus from anyone on stage. The chat warriors are going to be chat warriors. But I think for me, I just see the outcome it just getting worse. And for me, it's like, I just want to stop it from getting there, and like I haven't really heard people talking about how they're organized to help people who are going to lose their health care, people who are going to lose their benefits. Meals on Wheels was suffering, is already like suffering, things like that. How communities are going to manage that. And so, I mean, like I understand activism is, shown differently, and people, move differently, and I understand that, but I'm just really concerned about, people's.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're 9 months in and you had the single day largest protest in American history. You have 7 million people. That's quite a foundation. And the next time something ever, we're going to bring other people with them. And you're going to get them to engage in the civil process. Like, to have that many people who took that sort of step, that's essentially the biggest army America's ever had. So it's actually really a big deal. I don't know if people are appreciating how phenomenal it is to pull that off.
I agree, CEO. Great PTR, by the way. And yeah, I just want to echo too what Jim and I was saying. Kudos to you, Agent. 100% respect your passion and your fervor for wanting more disruption. But it really is the epitome of choose our battles right now. The last thing we want to do is literally just just give Trump more fuel to the fire. Like he's talking about sending National Guards to cities like San Francisco that have like literally the lowest crime rate in like over 2 decades. So he's doing these things as to flex, clearly political move, going after left cities. But again, like Gemini said, if we give him reason and things go left real quick, like things go south, there you go. That's all he just needs one protest to go sour for one, for some businesses to start getting vandalized, what have you, for one cop to get injured. And it's like, I think we would see a wrath that I don't even think we can comprehend from him. So I completely hear you, and I truly support it. I'm just asking, like others, to see it as a chess game and to really do this in phases.
And I also want to point out
I just want to say one thing real quick. I haven't said anything. Don't call on the Lord. Not right now. I'm going to be real quick. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I thought that I saw, even when it was being advertised, that it was always advertised as a rally, not a protest. I could be
That's
wrong.
what I thought I saw. That's what my mind.
It was advertised as a rally, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry, Scotty and Corey. I know he wrote in the chat that he wanted to speak to.
Oh, okay. No, I'll be super quick. I mean, I was at the New York rally, and it was really awesome to see a lot of American flags there, a lot of people having a joyous rally and time, because it's showing to the other side that actually we're having a lot. They hate when we're actually joyous and out there on the streets and have a political opinion and all of that. The fact that there wasn't one arrest in New York also shows something else, which means it sets a template for, hey, look, the cops didn't arrest anybody. Y'all like cops, right? They didn't arrest us. So, like, what is that message to the rest of the country when in New York we had, what do we have, 100,000 people? I'm not sure, 200? But no arrests? No arrests. I've been to so many protests in New York of a much smaller, like a 10th of size, 20th size. There's always arrests. And there wasn't one here. That's fucking pretty fantastic. So I think the messaging of that alone is really, really important.
You all can excuse my background and any residual malfunction. are not present, but I just had a root canal about 2 hours ago. I'm feeling good. Agent, to your point about, you want to prevent, or the idea of doing something to prevent these seemingly inevitable outcomes, people health care, people not being able to feed themselves, etc. An old Caribbean saying is those who do not listen must feel. And similar to the fuck around and find out, you don't listen, so you fuck around, and then you find out by feeling. We haven't gotten to the place where there's going to be some mass mobilization of people at a by any means necessary point, because there are not enough people that feel yet. A lot of people feel the groceries are higher, but you're not dealing with that and your health care. You're not dealing with that and not being able to buy groceries. And so I don't think that as a body politic across the country, we are feeling it enough for people to show up in ways that you or others might expect. One. Then there is the aspect of the 92% at all, and the at all I'm including everybody else, is that a lot of us are not interested in showing up for shit, because all of these years, decades, elections of work that we've been doing, and y'all pissed on our efforts, whoever the proverbial y'all is. And so, excuse me, and so Cadre of men and other activists, organizers, etc., are biding their time, convalescing over their injuries, emotional, organizational, whatever, and just are not invested in showing up to save America at this time. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I get it. I get that part. I was one of those people for a minute after Trump was elected. I was one of those people who was just like, all right, I did what I was supposed to do. I canvassed. I did what I was supposed to do to prevent the situation, and I just got slapped in the face. So yeah, I get it. I was in that slump, so I understand.
Yeah, and I think now, I don't know that people are in a slump as much as people have just decided, have opted out, right? We recognize what's happening, and we have opted out, especially in the face of what's been happening with ICE and immigrations, Customs Control, Homeland Security, all of those people. The face of that has been Latinx folk, with some smattering of Black folk dealing with the stuff. So we don't really give a damn, because y'all put us in this motherfucking situation in the first place. So figure it out until I decide to get up off the couch.
See, my problem with that is that I feel it's seeping over to people who look like us. And so, I agree. I'm not gonna wait to be a victim, And so, luckily for me, I'm in a situation where I'm not feeling the hits, but I see other people getting hit. I see us struggling, and so for me, it doesn't make me feel good. I don't see, grandma struggling. I don't like to see kids suffer, and I just see it as children they are the most unprotected demographic in this nation. And I just see them suffering, and I don't like it. I don't like to see children suffering. So, and that's the population that's going to be hit the worst. I'm an adult, I can take care of myself. But what can a kid do? Kid can't advocate for themselves.
Everybody say it with me. My favorite saying across the country. Fuck them kids. That is really, I say that because I say this all the time. One of my ministers said, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, and care is demonstrated by action. We be talking about we care about the kids, we want to save the kids. We really feel like on the deep, like inside, fuck them kids. Or we would be doing the things necessary so that they wouldn't have to deal with it.
I agree. That is their sentiment. I agree. They don't care about children, even though they want to run on this pro-life stance. I agree. But, like, I don't want to sit there and watch this happen, watch children suffer. I just don't want to see it. You know, I don't want to be a part of this. You know, I want to be a part of the resistance. I want to be part that's doing something completely opposite. And so, like, to me, I just feel like people are still asleep. I think too many people are still sleeping.
You don't think that participating on Saturday was you being a part of the resistance?
No, I'm not talking about me specifically. I'm talking about people who are not recognizing how deep we're in right now. Like how messed up things are right now. People really think like, yeah, so that's what I'm speaking about. And so
next.
I think that that's what Corey was trying to say with, those who can't listen must feel. And I feel your pain. You know, when I told my family that I was leaving the USA, and I've been talking to them for years, they still had, a raised eyebrow. And I said everything to them and more that I've said here. And I said, listen, I have a big mouth. And this mouth is going to get me in huge trouble if I hang around. And only like a month ago did they really get it. And this is my own flesh and blood family. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't really think that there's anything you can do about it. People are just going to have to feel it, honey. I'm really sorry.
No, I know people are going to have to feel it. I'm just kind of disappointed.
And as I'm walking, and thinking about this, to reflect honestly to you all about my own feelings, I ain't ready to spend my energy yet. I'm working on stabilizing and fortifying community where it matters to me, so that when the time comes that I have to shift my efforts, those communities, those equities are prepared, protected, whatever the case. But I ain't all that revved up, charged up yet, because people who are in a position to do stuff, like the people that we elect, one way or another, they ain't doing enough. And I'd be damned if I'm about to burn all my goddamn energy before we get to the round where we got to really come out swinging.
That's right.
Because for some of us, this is the last statement I'm gonna make for a little while. Because for some of us, the fatigue is real. Like, we was doing this shit during the election, we was doing this shit before the election, we was doing this shit before the last administration, etc. So, always being on and having to do the things. Come here, Royal. Sorry, y'all. It can be tiring. So sometimes, our opt-out is preservation for a later round.
Did y'all hear that Trump said the beautiful black women in Chicago want the National Guards there? They said that they want them to clean up the crime. Doesn't matter how they do it. They're just tired of it.
They're wearing MAGA hats, he said.
Yeah. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, Trump is right, but I'm not surprised.
But were there really black women down there talking to him?
That was old, am I wrong?
JD, they wearing MAGA hats out there a couple weeks ago. JD, they outside wearing, black women outside wearing
She said
MAGA
this
hats.
24 hours ago.
He said the black women in Chicago are outside wearing MAGA hats.
Nah.
And said that these black beautiful women want the National Guards out there.
Look, there is a group of people, there's a group of black people that are
Get caught in that?
They got, all the propaganda from when the immigrants were put here. So yeah, there's a group that's strong like MAGA out here. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Get this stop with that mess. But getting away from the protest, like earlier we were talking about strategy. I will say, in terms of broad strokes, I think one of the steps has to be to separate Trump from his inner circle. And there are a lot of ways to do that. Trump cannot do what he is doing without help. And I don't know why there hasn't been more effort to create division, confusion, jealousy, whatever you want to call it, between him and his henchmen who are sitting in the executive branch. It is a lot easier to target someone like Stephen Miller or Steve Bannon or Pam Bondi or whatever than it is to just try to take the whole thing down. You've got to degrade their solidarity, and I think that would be a very a wise move on the part of Democrats, whether you are in office or just a blogger. I think Trump's weaknesses, which are being exploited by the people on the right and internationally, are also available to us. He's a very jealous man. He's a very petty man. He is very susceptible to flattery, and so you can do things to make him jealous of somebody in his inner circle, and guess what? They're going to be gone. Because that is the way that man operates. He is very simple in this sense. There's more I could say, but I would love other people.
That's actually a really good point. If we can manipulate the media platforms that we control to create any type of rhetoric showing that, you know what, although Trump is doing a halfway decent job, the real hero is X, Y, Z, insert whoever. I guarantee you that's going to create tension because he has an ego that can't fit two.
Just said he be pumping Marjorie Taylor up all the time. We probably should start, pumping these people up, act like we for them, especially if they seem like they are rooting and everything. Marjorie is for the healthcare. Huh? You don't want
her to pump. No, because she was the one who pushed through George Santos' pardon. So she's a piece of shit. We can say, oh, she was right here, and then be like, but she's still fucking white trash.
That would be defeating the goals.
That'd be counterproductive.
He's not sneaky enough, y'all.
I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. He's fucking terrible on every fucking account.
No, we don't like any of them, Spirit. We don't. This is all fake. We don't like any of them. It's just strategy. That's all.
Fuck that hoe.
Eric said it best. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
And I said that hoe ain't loyal. I don't trust her.
I don't trust her either.
Divide them. Use their own biases and their own prejudices against them. You have all these
I like that strategy the most so far, honestly.
What kind of language is this y'all good church folks use to talk about fuck that hoe? Y'all save that for the heathens.
Mute up, Brooklyn. Let us live.
The church folks be cursing. That's the problem. They do. Yes, they do. That's the problem. They try to claim that everybody else is the hypocrite, but they be the ones that be cursing.
I got a serious question for the church folk. Those of you that went to church yesterday, did any of your church musicians sneak in the instrumental How Does It Feel? Just wondering.
You better stop.
I used to love when they do
You talking about D'Angelo's How Do You Feel?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know
pot. So.
They could have least did your lady.
Don't start it down like that. First of all, it's how does it feel?
Y'all knew what I meant. Yeah, church people don't get it right.
You could have least did you're my lady. How does it feel that was inappropriate?
Because that's like when they do the prayer and then they play the music for a little bit before they transition to the next part of the service. They used to sneak all of that stuff in, and I would be supposed to have my head down and my eyes closed, and then I'd be like, I know they're not playing that, and I look up and you see them jamming, hoping nobody catches them.
See, the thing is, you can't even tell on them because they'll be like, how do you know the song then?
That's why I be telling my daughter, you can't be going to churches because it's live. Like, don't go by that. Like, that's live. I don't care about if it's termed at church. That's not what you're there for.
Well, they would get sat down in my church. They don't play that in my church.
Well, as your resident heathen, I'm all for it. I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's to contribute to the dead. What's going on?
You know what I'm saying? You gotta meet them where they are. Isn't that what they say?
That's what I heard. They said,
Then I guess the pastors need to be in the strip clubs, huh?
It's been a long time since I've been to church, but I remember them saying that.
As long as he don't touch.
Where they are.
Praise the Lord.
He just don't want to single mothers.
Get a look, but don't touch.
Sniffing, right?
Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch. That's it.
Well, what if he not touching, but she is?
Well, then that means that he's being touched. He's not supposed to touch. No
Where the
interference.
hell would your mind go to past that the strip club? That's the problem with you niggas right now.
Strip club, that's why.
But that's not the point. The point is that what Janice was saying, y'all always want to go to something else. Y'all the problem. You are the problem. I just wanted to go on the Brooklyn rant. That's it.
I know, it's all good. What's up, brother?
Well, we avoided the gender war so far.
Gender war. We can get it popping now. Don't you threaten me with a good gender war. Don't you get it popping.
Pastor Eric said he is not going to any club, let alone that one. Praise the Lord.
He be up at Onyx.
With his roll boy?
Exactly.
Oh, Lord, you ain't right.
He be rocking the robe up in there.
You ain't right.
Well, Pastor, don't worry. I got you. I told the strippers that you're going to pray for them. That's all that's needed to know.
Strippers time too.
Absolutely do.
I know all my friends used to go straight to church after
He
you
can. They caught him once.
As you are.
All my stripper friends used to go right to church after they left the club on Saturday.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Quinn out there witnessing at the strip clubs. It ain't for everybody, but we need people like that.
I witnessed at the strip club.
I really believe you, brother.
John hates to talk about he done saved a few.
I'm saying, yo.
So you guys buy milk alternatives like oat milk?
Yeah, I don't drink regular cow milk.
Yeah, I've discovered that I'm fucking lactose intolerant all of a sudden. But so when y'all get like oat milk, cause I like oat milk, do y'all get the flavor kind like vanilla? Cause I
do the unsweetened, no sugar.
Unsweetened.
Okay, unsweetened, no sugar. Yeah, I mean unsweetened, no flavor. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, I can't fucking drink no milk, yo.
Yeah, but don't you? I'm going to eat ice cream. I don't give a fuck about this goddamn lactose intolerance. They're gonna have to take the farts because it's gonna happen.
You pay for it in your 50s.
You can get really good creamy ice cream that has no milk in it. It is very possible. Speakings to it, and it tastes the same too. So you would have to like Google like protein powder or banana ice creams, and they'll tell you how to do it. You can make it like on your own. Yeah, listen to me.
I know what it is for that.
I'm telling you, they're good.
Hey, sister, can one of my rich clubhouse friends buy me the Ninja ice cream maker?
Ain't nobody
on my
ain't rich
birthday,
except
December 14th?
Ain't nobody taking the. Ain't none of, I know I'm not rich.
Hey, I ain't finished though. Let me just say it. I just
Then
want
you
to
talking about
hear it.
$1 million LLC niggas.
One of my rich clubhouse friends, Ninja got an ice cream maker.
Yeah, JD off on himself. He can talk to everybody else.
No. I mean, I'm a charity case. But if anybody want to buy me the Ninja, Ninja ice cream maker,
I'm gonna go for it.
it's like $3.99. Y'all rich?
I'll buy you the box, y'all.
If I buy it, you're gonna have to send me ice cream weekly.
I mean, I'll send you some ice cream with the THC in it too. You know, I get sick.
Melted this shit, yo.
I put the THC in the ice cream. We have some new shit going around this bitch.
Yeah, I never even knew they had ice cream maker, yo.
I just discovered it on
How much does it cost?
It's $3.99. Yeah, you one of my rich clubhouse
I'm about to buy me one. That's what I'm asking. I'm buying that.
Well, I'm doing the food. My birthday is December 14th.
I gotta make sure it's good. Let me check this out.
Give me the black.
Somebody put a link in the chat so I can look this up.
I'll get you.
You what now?
Blackstone Grill.
Oh, that name. Now you're going too damn far. That Blackstone Grill is expensive. I'm supposed to be helping my cousin buy her husband one.
Yes.
I don't know.
That's crazy. You helping somebody buy something for their husband?
Well, he my cousin too. I mean, he like my cousin, so that's what I'm saying. Her husband.
Your cousin or he like your cousin?
He's her husband. He's my cousin's husband, and I've known him since I was 8 years old. That's my cousin too. Shit.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's my cousin. So we supposed to be buying him one. I just found out about that grill. I'm gonna be the only person using it though. They don't be liking the grill.
Yeah, but you could even do like, use it as like a grill, like a grill type shit too.
No, I know. That's why I can't wait to buy it because I'm gonna be over there cooking and carrying on real good.
The best ice cream I ever had was my grandma's homemade ice cream. That shit was so rich, it didn't taste nothing like the store ice cream.
That was one of the only things my grandmother could make was ice cream. So she made ice cream, she made good sweet tea and good lemonade and liver. But outside of that, I didn't have a cooking grandmother, unlike you guys. So there's that. My grandmother was an independent woman that was married. How about that?
Don't say that in this I don't need a nigga society.
I mean, she was angry, but she was, you know what I'm saying? First millionaire in the family type shit.
Oh, okay.
Again, my granddaddy was a chef, so my grandmother didn't cook at all. At all.
I just want to say I'm very upset with Johnny, so I can't get that song out of my head. Thanks.
My bad.
That was nasty.
First lady about to be dancing to it on Instagram now.
And that's another reason why, since we brought up the topic of gender wars, I just want to say that these gender role norms are not the norms for everybody. And I'm sick and tired of people saying that women are supposed to do certain things because I don't know those women. Okay? Thank you.
Certain things like what they saying?
Cook and clean and be barefoot and pregnant. I don't know them hoes that do that shit.
Yeah, barefoot and pregnant is crazy.
Yeah, and if you're into soft porn, there's a show, it's called Reasonable Doubt. It comes on Hulu.
It's not soft porn. It's just that you go into
about it's the soft porn. You gotta be stopped.
That is funny calling that soft porn.
I just want to dedicate my PTR, Brooklyn. That's for you, my new PTR. Check it out.
Mute up. Is anybody ready for some more of my non-breaking news?
I love your breaking news, please. Go ahead, sis.
It is from 2 months ago, so just so you know. Christy Nome, my husband's boss, has been accused of posting fake video of black men threatening ICE agents on her X account. Has anybody seen that?
Fake agents on her ICE account?
Fake. She posted a fake video of black men threatening ICE agents on her X account. Y'all seen that yet?
Yeah,
No.
I haven't seen that.
See now, look, who said my news was 2 months old? Who said that?
I didn't say 2 months old. I said just don't give us anything that's a month old.
Okay.
Empress is hers.
She did last minute everybody because she came out the room and came in after we already said it.
April, did she post the video with the agent that driving Trump with his kids in the car also?
She probably didn't, but I saw it.
These are all fake?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
This one's real.
The ICE agent that was driving drunk is real, but I'm going to put the link to this so y'all can see it for yourself.
First lady, you see the ICE agent that was driving drunk?
Child, no.
And it was in Florida, so it was beautiful because one of the officers on the scene was Haitian.
Well, how did they get it on camera?
Got caught because he got the camera on his car and probably a camera.
Maybe I should say who released it, because it seemed like they would have kept it.
They're public.
Yeah, all you gotta do is do it for you. You get them. You go to the YouTube channel, see them that be playing that shit. That's what they do. Yeah, you get it for you, and then you do whatever you want to do with it. So anyway, the first was a white officer, and the second officer that came was a black cop.
Y'all gotta stop falling from the sky for real.
He goes, "Are you Haitian?" And he said that to him. He goes, "Where you from?" And the white cop says it doesn't matter. He goes, "Yes, it does matter." Yeah, motherfucker, you still lost your job, so. I just told the motherfucker, yeah. After the that's all his ass.
Oh, wait, they asking black people, are they Haitian? Is that what they do?
No, that's the cop. As he was drunk and pulled over, getting ready to do the DUI test.
What the fuck he was gonna do? He was gonna arrest him?
Right. Like, that was crazy.
I'm drunk, but I'm an ICE agent.
And talking shit, he's a federal agent.
Yeah.
And they arrested that.
He lost his job, y'all. Because you gotta have a clearance to do ICE. And you can't do a memorandum for forgiveness with a DUI.
Now,
It's over
that is DUI and child endangerment.
Even if they downgraded the reckless driving, you will lose your clearance. So now he ain't got no job. Goody for you.
Do you think Homer will see him?
Don't even take off.
Homer seems to me like he wouldn't care about something like that with his bitch ass. But anyway, this video was originally with the I got the link in the chat. Sorry, the department's own comment on its post on Homeland Security's post on X. They say FAFO. If you threaten or lay hands on our law enforcement officers, we will hunt you down, and you will find out really quick. We'll see you cowards soon. And then the picture is young black people. It could be it's a young black man, like in another one behind him, and it says, "ICE, we're on the way. Word in the streets, cartels put a 50K bounty on y'all." Now that was a real video, but it was doctored. It was first uploaded with an entirely different caption in which participants jokingly threatened Iran, not U.S. federal immigration agents. So she took that and faked it up to make it look like they were black teens threatening ICE. Now that's what it is. They're trying to instigate shit. They really are.
Why was it Mamdani's fault?
Huh?
Why was it Mamdani's fault? Was it Mamdani's fault? No.
I'm confused.
I'm lost.
I thought everything was his fault.
Oh, I got it. I got you.
So why Christy Nome trying to target black teens?
Has she said anything? Has she addressed it?
Eric Swalwell told her to take that shit down, but I don't know if she's taking it down yet. Let me see. Eric Swalwell said, Christie, read this tweet in all caps or answer for it in Congress. It's fake. You're the queen of photoshopping. A DHS spokesperson has since told The Independent this young man posted violent threats of murder against our law enforcement. He then deleted it when he was called out and attempted to deny all wrongdoing. We have the receipts and the internet's forever. Huh? DHS did not edit, change, use AI, or in any other manner or form alter this video. It was downloaded directly from this individual's account on Friday, October 17th, after it had already acquired over 40,000 likes and hundreds of comments urging individuals to target our ICE officers. The willful, intentional blindness by leading Democrats to the massive increase in violent rhetoric against our agents due to their actions is both disgusting and disappointing. Okay.
She's still mad because those airports wouldn't play her video.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with her. But yeah, that's the thing. People are saying it's faked, and they doctored it to make it look like those teens were threatening ICE agents.
Speaking on fake AI type stuff, do you guys know the issue with Kenny Lattimore, the R&B singer, and his wife, and the whole lawsuit they got going on, like fake stuff? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh, a lawsuit because they said they were breaking up and getting a divorce, and they weren't.
Yeah. So Faith Lattimore, Kenny Lattimore's wife, did this whole like investigation on her own and like unearthed this international syndicate that is targeting fake news to black people. And they're like from Pakistan, they're from Russia, of course there's some in the United States, but just making up stories out of whole cloth, and they will have like hundreds of other websites that will kind of corroborate it, and then it gets picked up by the regular news from there. And I just found it really fascinating. She put a YouTube video out there. She does not play. I don't know if she's an actual judge, but somehow people are calling her Judge Faith. But it all started when earlier this year.
Judge Faith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. But so apparently she's just a tip of the iceberg because they're just like celebrities. And there was all this news going on saying that they're getting ready to have a divorce, that Kenny Lattimore is on the DL, and it got like real particular, like with quotes and pictures and fake video and all this bull crap. And she went to Google. Well, first she went to the authorities. They didn't do jack squat. So she launched her own investigation, went through Google, and there are ways to find out who posted things, even if they are anonymous, and even if they are using VPNs. Now, that part, I have no idea how they're figuring that part out. That makes no sense to me, but they did. And so she named names, right? Like had pictures of folks who had done it. A bunch of them are in Pakistan, and they have all these websites that are like, it's not WorldStar, but WorldStar type websites that like pretty much everybody who pays attention to it are black people. And yeah, it's deep. Look her up on YouTube and you'll see what I mean.
And you know, Russia was doing that for a minute, and they actually had little forums in Ghana when they were setting up, and they were paying them over there to do that shit for a minute. Yep.
Yeah, they have them all over, like, and it's really sneaky how it can enter your algorithm, because like I accidentally started following some on like Facebook, and like then I realized what was going on, because almost every update starts with sad news, and then it's some supposed celebrity that died or had some tragic event to happen, but the videos always with some kind of title us like sad news about so and so, and then I'm like, oh my god, like I thought I'd stop unfollowing all of these accounts.
Yep, Empress Ronnie, that is the video that I saw yesterday. I went down a whole rabbit hole, but she does not play. I would not mess with that woman.
Just so y'all tracking, the 420 is supposed to be opening up soon. This room's been open up since 6:30 this morning. I'm just trying to get. But
what's the 420?
Wait a minute, Trent never came in to give his rebuttal to the New Jersey story.
Thank God.
He was here earlier on stage, but I left him.
Did you guys talk about the shooter that was averted at the Atlanta airport too?
I don't recall them speaking on it. I was asleep. However, I did put it in the chat earlier.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, it was talking about briefly.
shootings that I get them mixed up. I thought she was talking about the one in Oklahoma. This shit happened so.
I know, that's the thing. It was like I turned my head and then suddenly, 2 hours later, we've got some guy who was like locked and loaded. I mean, it was not a big thing. Like they grabbed him and he had all the ammo and he was a felon and I mean he could have done. I mean it's that everything is kindling. Any one little thing is just going to erupt and then it turns into violence. So yeah, I mean I checked it out on several news things and it was for real. And I didn't even know that had happened. But that's right. So much happens you can't even keep track of it.
I know you guys, talked about New York a lot today. Can I just say that it's been reports that the Texas State Fair in Dallas was reportedly very, very, very empty. It ends this weekend, but people are saying that's the lowest turnout they've ever seen. And people are saying that our Hispanic brethren ain't going outside. And it's really expensive. It's like going up in price exponentially. A lot.
Well,
People only go to the fairs for the food, and they said that the Texas State Fair food sucks. So there's that.
I can tell you all the flea markets out here in Chicago are feeling it. They are shut down. Ain't no flea markets going on.
Well, our fair is going very well.
Yeah, South Carolina Fair, they said South Carolina and North Carolina Fair is doing good.
Well, I went to the East Village Dog Parade on Sunday, and it was absolutely mobbed. Thousands of people, dogs and owners dressed up. It was a party. Biggest collection of dogs and costumes I have seen in my life.
Wait, you have a dog?
What was that, Scotty?
No, he just went.
No, I just went with my mom to the dog parade in the East Village, the annual dog parade, and there were thousands of people, dogs, and their owners dressed up. It was crazy. It's one of the biggest parades I've seen.
That was great.
The East Village Dog Parade.
It was great.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
My favorite was the UPS one was my favorite.
It was pretty incredible. I'll post a link to one of the New York IGs about it. It's really fucking hysterical.
Wait a minute, Gemini, you mean to tell me they don't have dog parades in LA? Huh?
No.
What? Not LA. Y'all don't buy y'all dogs?
They got shows. I know about the shows, but I don't know about any of the parades.
I would also like to say that if anyone's familiar with the author Jeff Pearlman, he did it's a YouTube short, but it's in his upcoming Tupac book. He actually was able to find the Brenda from the Brenda's Got a Baby song, the Tupac song, and he had about
That's a whole no. The girl from Brenda Got a Baby from my neighborhood, so it's an article about it. like from
Yeah,
I think
from 1991. Yeah.
Yeah, she's from my neighborhood. She's from Plaza Housing Project.
And I know Brooklyn is telling the fucking truth, because that's what he just said in the motherfucking video. I'm gonna be in your back. But if anyone
Well, that shit was big news back then. Like that, it was on the news. Like she really put the baby in the damn garbage, in the garbage thing, and it was a big thing. Like she was being molested by her. That it was a lot going on. So that was like big news back then. I never forget that.
Baby, but Brenda's barely got a brain, so you know.
Well, he had to embellish because he ain't meet her, but.
No, but she wasn't. She was being brought up in the household that didn't give a fuck about her. So yeah, of course she didn't have a brain because they wasn't making her go to school or nothing. It wasn't. It was. He meant it literally. She didn't. She was a little kid that was being molested and had a baby out of molestation.
Who's like 12 years old. But he was able to reunite the mother and the son. The story when he was retelling it, like literally brought tears to my eyes. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, that's so sweet. They reunited. Oh, that was sweet.
Oh, did you cry like a baby or did you just tear just a little bit?
It was not like a baby, but it was just like the emotion in it, because he said when he contacted quote Brenda, and he said, did you know, and she just started yelling out, screaming, did you find my baby? 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 And she lives in Jersey, but she just happened to be in Vegas at a concert, and guess where that boy, when he got adopted, was adopted out to? Vegas.
Oh.
Was in
Vegas.
Oh yeah, post that story. I want to see that. That's wonderful. That would
I'll
be.
put it in the chat. But yeah,
That gives me a little bit of nostalgia. I'm not gonna lie.
In the Miracle on 34th Street subway, baby, it's a baby-filled day.
Why are we saying she didn't have a brain?
Have you ever heard the song?
Yes, but if she was molested and had a job for
That's just how the song went.
Hey,
It was just so medical.
Hey, Brooklyn, I posted a link to one of my favorite ones from the parade, but anybody who likes Suggs, feel free to click on the link and scroll through some of the pictures. It's pretty funny. It may make you smile, and I apologize for that.
No worries.
I gotta wait till I get home, but I want to see this because you know I love me a good dog. Anything. I'm actually taking the Shih Tzu clique to the Beltline on Saturday. They doing a little doggy costume situation, so I'm gonna go and be white for the day. I'm gonna do a white one.
Brooklyn, spoiler alert. You know the meme with the dog surrounded by fire drinking coffee? Like, this is fine. This is fine. You know that meme?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the costumes.
Somebody did the costume?
Yeah.
That's cute.
So I posted a link in the chat.
Cute.
It's a YouTube video.
I wish my bullies could do stuff like this, but they don't be out there trying to fight every dog they see. And I don't have time for no lawsuits. I can't do nothing with my bullies. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Shan, did you read the chat?
Which one, Telegram?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get it real quick.
What you said about my dogs? I didn't check it out.
I said train your dogs.
I don't got time for that. They train.
This is about to open in the next 10 to 15 minutes, y'all.
Okay. Thank you. What you said?
Yeah, what's back on my track? I was telling supposed to be.
When you go, just go. We could share it. Because she puts it in the chat.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
Don't come back.
Okay.
I like the little Jesus dog.
Wait a minute, Gemini, what did you say? What happened? What did you say, Gemini?
About what? Which part? I just know things.
You said you can't wait to do what?
Oh, I said probably can't wait to get us out of here.
I'm tired.
Every time I pick up my phone, be all silent because I ain't got no phone.
No, they got a dog dressed as a cat at the bodega. That is so cute.
We said I'm gonna last 13 hours.
Look, check this out. I had to come home because my damn charger. You know, I got 2 additional chargers. Raggedy ass room.
I don't know anybody. Did y'all,
Both of them dead.
JD, about what I told you?
What you said about my man?
I said,
Please don't make me fight you, nigga.
I said, did you holler at JD about what I told your crazy ass?
About what? About that room?
About the batch channel I sent.
Oh, about that room, child. That room wasn't nothing. Child, you know what?
It ain't worth discussing on stage.
That shit ain't even worth a discussion.
Yeah.
You're talking about 420 and the mods and Patty, Lisa, this person, that, but I don't even care. Nigga, like, and it's by a fucking clown.
He is a fucking clown.
A clown. A racist clown at that.
I know he's racist. I knew he was a fucking clown, though.
Oh, he's a racist. I didn't even know who it was until Trent actually said, yeah, he does say racist stuff. I was like, oh, yeah.
Trent always, you know what? Trent always got racist people that...
No, but Trent doesn't say that about other people. So if Trent says he said some racist shit, oh, you a fucking racist.
Oh, yeah, he wouldn't even say that about PP.
Right. So if Trent was like, oh, he does racist. If he said that, then you a racist. Trent said you a racist, you a motherfucking racist.
This was a new room in addition to that one they had the other day?
Nah, JD, it's the same one. I was just telling her that I hollered at Trent when he pulled up. That's all.
I'm gonna say that Pat, you got us feeling like the last kid at the daycare and the mama's late. That's what you got us feeling like, waiting for Lisa's room to open. You know how they be looking at you like, you sure your mama knows you here? You can't call her out.
If you know she almost gonna be here, what you can do is you can go and wait in front of the school.
Wife, like 30 minutes after that all the kids was gone.
That's when you tell you could go ahead and wait in front of the school if you sure you can.
We gonna put you outside with your backpack.
We gonna charge Lisa for
All
this
you wanna
one.
do is charge you this is shit that's crazy. You pay a whole fucking daycare for a week. 15 minutes is what? Exactly. $20. And every minute after that is another 10. I left my baby at the daycare 30 minutes one time. I was like, shit, it's a week of daycare.
They make money. Hey, my mom ran a daycare for the state, and they actually got paid good.
Yeah. And that's when I was poor. I was a young ass lieutenant. I was fucking delivering pizzas and all.
You gotta be ill with the daycare workers, cause they'll work something with you if they like you.
Not when you're doing it for the state, they claim, because it's the state.
I'm talking about I'm not talking about for the price of daycare. I'm talking about when you late.
That's a fact. That's a fact. My mom would keep people late all the time. That's a fact.
The late fees went up since you had your baby. Since your baby was a baby daddy, them shits is high now.
They hired $20 the first
Yes. Oh.
My mom used to have everybody tripping because she had little white kids, little black kids, and she had them in line. Like, we go with her to the post office, wherever we be in line, people be amazed, like, they all sitting there so quiet. Do you beat them? Like,
your mama beating the daycare kid.
she wasn't beating them. She just had that. She the oldest of like 6. Like, she the oldest out of her family too. So she took care of her brothers and sisters. She just, I don't know how to explain it. Some women just know how to. They got that authoritative feel about them. Ain't got nothing to do with whether they beat you or not. They just know how to move.
Jim and I did that to my son today. He came in here and got one of my little, this fucking squishmallow thing and was tossing it around his hand. And it came over
Hey, the
here
room
on
is
my
open.
desk.
The room is open.
Oh, okay.
Sister wife, goodbye.
Will y'all be leaving us?
I say we have a sit-in right now. We don't go nowhere. We
supposed to leave.
No, wait.
Y'all had no money. You had no money to stay. You had no money.
Mama is here.
You had no money.
I just wanted
You had
to
no
say
money.
that y'all give me what's froze, but y'all don't open
Let's
the
have a no
froze
queens
up.
protest right now.
You had no money.
Mom, don't put no cash app up. Put your cash app up.
Y'all pay the daycare lady.
Now we gotta be on record and know it's gonna go on YouTube at some point.
I know. I don't like the replays. Y'all stay in here. Put your cash app up. I'll give y'all a club to stay.
Dub, get you up 15 minutes. Dub, get
Shit.
Mama said, put your cash app up.
Mommy daycare is done, y'all.
Let's educate them.
Damn, man.
Not tonight. Not tonight.
Wait, I'm gonna play this song. Y'all got so much time. Y'all got to go. I love y'all, but me and Lady have been up all day. We really have.
You should just make me a mod.
I'm opening up an after party.
So what's his name got bucket access? So he can open up the after party, y'all.
Just make me a mod and I'll make sure I work these people.
Okay, never mind. We'll go everybody right line. Get out of here.
She just straight up ignored me. No, I don't trust you, Ray. I don't know you niggas.
It's not that. But I'm bouncing, and I gotta leave it with the people that actually is mods. If somebody want to stay, because they don't want to be in that room, then the mod can stay. But boom the room if you ain't gonna stay culturally, unless there's somebody you trust.
Okay. Basically, she don't trust me because I'm an asshole. She basically said, not tonight.
No, it's all right. You can move my room. I'm sure you guys want to talk about sneakers.
I'm about to put a link in the chat. Y'all can go over there.
Crash Cast?
you shouldn't be on the side. 406. And that statute actually allows the president, says the president finds that regular forces are unable to execute federal law. So he's sending in troops to execute the federal law. But the finding must be within a colorable basis of facts. The courts give deference to the president's judgment. They won't substitute their own fact finding entirely. So I don't think it was a